Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome to the 2026 East Asia Cooperation Forum, hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, and I have the utmost honor of being your Master of Ceremonies as well as facilitator throughout this meaningful forum. Thank you very much. This year's forum convenes under the title, East Asia, Connecting, Sharing, and Prospering Together. Starting with the opening session, we will have session 1 before lunch, followed by session 2 and 3 in the afternoon. So in advance, we'd like to ask for your active participation and contributions. Today's forum is also being streamed live on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs YouTube channel. On that note, let us begin the opening session of the 2026 East Asia Cooperation Forum. And to begin, we have a short opening video. I'd like to turn your attention to the screen. Thank you very much. Well, this video raises the key questions that will be dealt in depth throughout today's forum, looking at politics, economy, as well as society. So we look forward to your valuable contributions and participation until the end of the forum. To open the forum, we will have the opening remarks by His Excellency Park Yoon-ju, First Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
안녕하십니까. 외교부 차관 박윤주입니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs Park Yoon-ju.
Professor Ha-Yong-chul of University of Washington, Professor Cha Ching-gul of Peking University, President Jung Han-bum of the Korean Association of International Studies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to each wise man for taking time to attend the 2026 East Asia Cooperation Forum. Drawing on a history of exchange and economic interconnections, East Asia had pursued a path toward the shared prosperity. In that journey, we have leveraged our respective strengths through various regional cooperation mechanisms, such as the Korea-US-Japan Partnership, trilateral cooperation among Korea, Japan, and China, as well as ASEAN and APEC. However, we are now facing growing challenges to the multilateral norms that have underpinned the international order for decades. The logic of power politics is gaining ground, and amid rising regional tensions. Nationalism and protectionism are on the rise. Economic and security issues are becoming increasingly intertwined. Exclusion and marginalization are looming as the downside of the technological accomplishment on the national as well as global level. East Asia is not expected to remain unscathed by these sweeping changes. In addition, this renowned region of economic powerhouses faces not only demographic shift, but also industrial restructuring, stemming from the digital transition and the AI revolution. Distinguished guests, none of these challenges can be addressed by one or two countries alone. In the face of these challenges, what we need is the solidarity and cooperation. We must build flexible networks of cooperation while fulfilling their respective responsibilities. In this vein, the theme of the 2026 East Asia Cooperation Forum, Connecting, Sharing, and Prospering Together, is both timely and pertinent. We must identify the challenges before us, draw upon our collective wisdom to find solutions, and forge a better future for all. Let me briefly touch on the issues of today's sessions. To begin with, we look forward to insightful discussions on strengthening regional trust in response to multifaceted security threats. By placing common interest and mutual respect at the core, and by actively promoting regional cooperation that delivers tangible benefit to all, Korea will continue to pursue sustainable peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula and in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative for East Asian countries to work together to address demographic change as well as industrial transformation driven by AI. Last year, as the host of APEC 2025, Korea contributed to identifying democratic issues as regional structural challenges. Korea also proposed key policy priorities, such as building an economic system for resilient society and modernizing human resource development. Let me now turn to another important issue, AI. While AI presents now new opportunities for growth, it also intensifies competition for technological leadership and poses the risk of a widening digital divide. In this regard, under the vision of AI for all, Korea will work with partners across the region to ensure that everyone is able to participate in AI transformation and benefit from it. Distinguished guests, as the world's most dynamic and innovative region, East Asia continues to hold enormous potential. Once again, it is time to gather our collective wisdom and steadfast commitment as we navigate the era of the uncertainty. I am confident that today's forum will serve as an opportunity to deepen our mutual understanding and help shape the future of East Asia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your thoughtful and inspiring opening remarks and setting the stage for further discussions today. And now I'd like to move on to introducing to you Professor Jia Ching-guo, Professor of the School of International Studies at Peking University, who will deliver his congratulatory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning. Your Excellency, Vice Minister Payu-ju, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great honor to say a few words at the opening session of the 26th East Asia Cooperation Forum. The theme of this year's forum, East Asia, Connecting, Sharing, and Prospering Together, could not be more timely and forward-looking. At a time overshadowed by geopolitical frictions, economic headwinds and surging populism and demagoguery, East Asian countries have a stronger imperative than ever to maintain close ties, deepen practical cooperation, and pursue shared prosperity hand in hand. The world has, in many respects, grown far more perilous in recent years. Increasingly, we are witnessing disruptive practices, resorting to military force in pursuit of unilateral security, embracing beggar thy neighbor trade policies to pursue short-term economic gains, rolling out restrictive security measures to restrict cross-border scientific and technological collaboration and entrench technological monopolies, and erecting various barriers to people exchanges over unfounded fears of political security risks. At the same time, the imperative for international cooperation to tackle shared global challenges has also grown drastically. The challenges include climate change, pandemics, irregular or illegal immigration, transnational crimes, nuclear proliferation, alongside the ethical dilemmas and latent risks stemming from insufficient regulated artificial intelligence development. Now more than ever, countries must collectively tackle the aforementioned challenges and other shared issues through closer cooperation. Many countries have come up with initiatives and visions to this end. China is no exception. In 2013, Chinese President Xi Jinping put forward the vision of building a community with shared future for mankind. Its framework spans 5 interconnected dimensions. Politically, it advocates settling disputes through dialogue and rather than confrontation, pursuing partnerships instead of military blocs, and upholding sovereignty of all nations, big or small, on an equal footing. On security front, it champions common comprehensive security, calling on all parties to jointly address both traditional and non-traditional security threats. Economically, it advocates inclusive globalization to narrow development of divides and deliver shared prosperity for all. Culturally, it promotes mutual learning and full respect for the diversity of civilizations across the globe. Ecologically, it advocates green, low-carbon development to safeguard a clean and sound planet for present and future generations. Since then, China has put forward 4 major global initiatives: the Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, Global Civilization Initiative, Global Governance Initiative, as pathways toward building a community with a shared future for mankind. Centered on distinct themes, these 4 initiatives work in tandem to tackle humanity's most pressing common challenges. Launched in 2021, the Global Development Initiative prioritizes advancing the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It concentrates on poverty eradication, food security, green transition, and digital development to narrow the North-South developmental divide. Unveiled in 2022, the Global Security Initiative advocates common, comprehensive, cooperative and sustainable security. It rejects Cold War-era military blocs and zero-sum games, and calls for resolving disputes through dialogue and counterterrorism, cyber threats, and regional flashpoints. Rolled out in 2023, Global Civilization Initiative unfolds the diversity of civilizations, upholds the diversity of civilizations, rejects the notion of cultural superiority, and promotes mutual learning among different cultures. The most recent Global Governance Initiative provides systematic solutions to reform global governance institutions, uphold multilateralism, and foster a more equitable international order. While these 4 thematic global initiatives are designed to tackle worldwide challenges, their guiding principles are also applicable at the regional level, East Asian included. Notably, this year's theme, the East Asia Connecting, Sharing, and Prospering Together, resonates closely with China's vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind and the 4 global initiatives. Specifically, I would like to urge East Asian countries to undertake the following measures for common security and shared prosperity. First, amid mounting global challenges, East Asian countries must stay connected. Only through sustained engagement can we clarify our respective strategic intentions, reconcile differences, and unlock cooperative opportunities. As a well-known saying goes, "Zhuozhuo is better than war." It would be a profound tragedy if nations fell into conflict merely due to misperceptions, just as it would be a grave loss to forfeit promising cooperation opportunities because of misunderstanding. Second, we must learn to put our feet into others' shoes in our efforts to gauge others' intentions. This helps enable deeper mutual understanding and prevents conflicts stemming from misjudgment. It also helps us to properly manage divergencies and pursue cooperation built on overlapping interests and shared stakes. Third, we must respect one another's core national interests, including national sovereignty, territorial integrity, and right to development. China stands ready to pursue cooperation with every country, Japan included, on the basis of such mutual respect. Fourth, we need to manage our differences and ensure that they never overshadow the entirety of our bilateral ties. Differences between states are natural, ranging from trade imbalances and ideological divides to territorial disputes and beyond. Equally undeniable is our extensive array of shared interests and stakes, covering trade, investment, regional security, and regional and global governance. We must never allow divergences dominate our relations. The right path lies in managing differences constructively while engaging in cooperation on issues of shared interests and stakes. Fifth, in pursuing international collaboration, we should build inclusive partnerships instead of closed, exclusive blocks. Sixth, in this digital internet era, governments must take the lead in fostering objective, balanced public narratives about each other. We must not allow misinformation, disinformation, prejudices to undermine our foreign relations and shape foreign policy making. Last but not least, we should deepen people-to-people exchanges to consolidate broad grassroots support for regional cooperation. The foregoing observations represent solely my own personal perspectives and do not necessarily reflect the official positions of any institutions I'm affiliated with. In closing, I wish to extend my sincere congratulations to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea for hosting this important forum. I look forward to engaging in thorough, candid exchanges with all fellow participants in the sessions ahead. Thank you for your kind attention. May the 2026 East Asia Cooperation Forum achieve complete success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jia Qingguo, for your remarks, and thank you for joining us for this meaningful forum. And next, I would like to invite Professor Ha Yong-chul, the Korea Foundation Professor at the University of Washington, for his keynote address. We're pleased to invite Professor Ha on the subject From Influence to Interaction, Reimagining East Asia Beyond Development. Please welcome him with a big hand.
It's too bright. East Asian light is too bright coming from Seattle. Anyhow, I'm not used to a keynote speech, frankly. And so usually I start joking, saying, in my speech, there is no key, only note. So if I am repeating the same pattern, please understand my jet lag, okay? So, all right, actually, I used to teach at Seoul National University for more than 21 years. And then I moved to University of Washington sort of to understand why what I learned in the United States is not applicable to East Asian context. So I have been trying to develop a distinctive perspective on how to understand social, institutional developments of East Asian countries, including, of course, South Korea, Japan, and China, all these years. So before I proceed with my sort of a keynote speech, let me first of all congratulate Vice Minister Mr. Park, and then President of the Korean Association of International Studies, Jung Han-bum. This is a shining example of collaboration between academia and the state. So I would like to congratulate them on this event. As Vice Minister and then Park and then President Jia said, I think the theme of this conference is very timely. Particularly, I was struck by sharing, prospering, and together, connecting, sharing, prospering. All these good words and all the suggestions made by President Jia, I all agree to. But then, what are the underlying intellectual assumptions we are going through? Where can we find clues to understand ourselves? This is the main theme of my speech. PPT, please. The first one, 3 quotations, please. Okay, if not, then fine. No. So let me just first start with some quote from the famous late, I don't know how to characterize him, but Professor Fei Xiaotong of China. He famously said the following. Let me just take a glass, I'm getting old. Cherish the beauty of your own civilization, appreciate the beauty of the other civilizations, and together create a shared beauty for humanity. And then also famous, the historian of Japan, the development of Wada Haruki says, the development of a regional consciousness is closely dependent upon opportunities to look back onto the past and conceive a region within this history. And then Korean, the East Asian historian, Mr. Peck, said the following: East Asia should become a community of mutual learning rather than merely a region of economic cooperation. Basically, what I'm going to say is this. We have been absorbed into so much discussion on policy issues over the years, even these days. But then, what are the intellectual backgrounds which have been actually making us difficult to understand each other? Is it really only historical issues, as we have been talking about all these years? Or something has happened in the process of modernizing ourselves? So this is one of the most important theme of my talk. Okay, so let me start. First, I stand before you today with a deep sense of humor. The honor and the humility. You see how much I love humor comedy here. When I was invited to deliver this keynote address, my initial reaction was more of hesitation. I did not consider myself fully qualified to speak on intellectual dialogue in East Asia, for I am neither a historian nor, more specifically, an intellectual historian. Given the distinguished scholars gathered here, I questioned whether I was the right person to address this important subject. Upon reflection, however, I came to realize the intellectual dialogue is not the exclusive domain of intellectual historians. It is also sustained by scholars from neighboring disciplines who seek to understand how ideas travel across societies, shape institutions, and influence historical change. It is in that spirit that I accepted this invitation. My perspective is informed by many years of comparative research on late industrialization in Germany, Japan, the Soviet Union, South Korea, and China, and by a broad interest in East Asia's historical development. Intellectual development. Today, I would like to reflect on why renewed intellectual dialogues among China, Japan, Korea, and the wider East Asian region have become both timely and necessary. It is now widely recognized that the age of Asia has arrived. Asia has become a principal engine of global economic growth, a center of manufacturing, and an increasingly important source of technological innovation. China, Japan, South Korea rank among the world's leading economies and are helping shape the future of advanced industries ranging from semiconductors and artificial intelligence to green technologies. For nearly a century and a half, the overriding objective of East Asian societies was to catch up with the West. That historic project has in large measure succeeded. Yet, economic success, technological sophistication, and geopolitical influence do not automatically produce intellectual or normative leadership. They generate power, but not necessarily ideas that inspire others. The central challenge facing East Asia in the 21st century is therefore no longer simply one of catching up. It is one of contributing ideas, values, and institutional experiences that address the common concerns of humanity. Such a contribution cannot emerge from any single country acting alone. It requires sustained dialogues across national boundaries and intellectual traditions. My central argument today is very simple. The common experience of late industrialization created shared institutional dilemmas, political trajectories, and psychological dispositions across East Asia. Because these experiences were broadly shared, they provide the historical foundation for a new intellectual dialogue, one grounded not in civilizational rivalry or geopolitical competition, but in mutual reflection and a common historical condition. To understand the significance of such dialogue, we must first revisit the shared historical experience that shaped most East Asia. Although China, Japan, South Korea, and Singapore followed different historical trajectories, they shared one fundamental condition. Each entered the modern international system as a latecomer relative to industrialized West. Their common challenge was not merely economic development, but the broader project of catching up with and to varying degrees overcoming the West. Late industrialization generates a distinct political psychological logic. It begins with a consciousness of backwardness, which often produces a sense of inferiority and national humiliation. These sentiments create an intense sense of urgency, encouraging states and societies to mobilize resources rapidly for modernization. Under such conditions, tradition is rarely abandoned. Indeed, tradition is selectively reinvented, mobilized as a resource for modernization and national cohesion. Late industrialization also produces institutional characteristics that cannot easily be understood through conventional Western intellectual tradition. One of its most significant consequences is the emergence of powerful demand for international recognition. Successful industrialization transforms defensive nationalism born of perceived inferiority into an aspiration for status and recognition within the international order. This shared logic helps explain why nationalism has repeatedly emerged across East Asia despite significant historical differences. Japan was the earliest successful late industrializer. The Meiji state rapidly modernized and succeeded in perceiving its national independence in an age of Western imperial expansion. Its remarkable achievements transformed Japan into the first Asian country to join the ranks of the great powers. At the same time, its path to modernization became closely intertwined with the geopolitical dynamics of the first half of the 20th century, leaving a complex historical legacy that continues to shape regional relations today. Japan remains one of the world's most advanced societies and continues to make important contributions to technology, industry, and global governance, while also reflecting on its own historical experiences can inform a broader vision for the future. China represents the latest major late industrializer. Following an earlier period of revolutionary modernization, it embarked upon a path of reform and opening that combined market-oriented development with institutional continuity. Chinese extraordinary economic transformation has revived aspirations for national rejuvenation and elevated its role in global affairs. As China's international influence continues to expand, it faces the important task of balancing rapid economic innovation, institutional stability, and the growing responsibilities of global leadership. Singapore, again, offers yet another variant. As a successful late industrializing city-state, it has achieved a relatively high degree of congruence among state institutions, economic development, and the multicultural society. Rather than grounding its legitimacy in civilizational or ethnic nationalism, it has emphasized pragmatism, meritocracy, and global competitiveness. Even so, its experience remains difficult to universalize because of its unique historical demographic circumstances. Despite these differences, all of these cases illustrate a common pattern. Late industrialization is not simply an economic process. It reshapes institutions, national psychology, and international orientation. The quest to overcome backwardness and humiliation is eventually transformed into a search for international recognition and historical legitimacy. Among these cases, however, I would like to dwell somewhat longer on South Korea, not because I'm a Korean national, but because what has been emerging there possesses distinctive civilizational significance. As the history of Great Britain demonstrates, the long-term importance of a country lies not simply in the size of its economy or military power, but in its institutional experiences through which it passes and the precedents it establishes. From this perspective, South Korea is much more than another successful case of rapid industrialization and democratization. What makes its experiences historically distinctive is that it has become the first East Asian society in which two fundamentally different institutional traditions have been brought together. Its economic transformation was accomplished through an Asian model of state-led industrialization, while its political development has been based upon the adoption of a liberal democratic system largely derived from Western experiences. These two institutional traditions rest upon fundamentally different assumptions concerning the relationship between the state and society, authority and participation, collective purpose and individual rights. Many of the tension, conflicts, uncertainties that characterize contemporary South Korea stem from the coexistence of these two competing institutional legacies, logics. Yet, it is precisely this unresolved tension that gives the Korean experience broader significance. South Korea has become an unprecedented institutional laboratory in which compatibility of the developmental state and liberal democracy is being tested. Whether Korea succeeds in creating a coherent institutional synthesis, a distinctively Korean form of democratic governance, or fails to reconcile this competing tradition will have profound implications, not only for Korea itself, but also for East Asia and other late industrializing societies confronting similar challenges. These national experiences unfolded within different international environments. Imperialism defined the challenges confronting Meiji Japan and the early reformers of China and Korea. The Cold War structured South Korea's developmental trajectory, whereas China's rapid industrialization took place largely in the context of the post-Cold War era of globalization. Today, intensifying geopolitical competition is once again compelling East Asian societies, as Vice Minister Park and Professor Jia said, to redefine their identities and reconsider their place in international order. From this perspective, intellectual dialogue in East Asia should not be understood simply as an exchange of abstract ideas. Rather, it represents a collective effort to reflect upon a shared historical experience and to confront common institutional dilemmas. The objective is no longer merely to learn from the West, but to learn from one another. What then should be the next stage of East Asian integration? It should not be measured solely by trade volume, investment flows, or technological competitiveness. Rather, it should be measured by the ideas that China, Japan, Korea, and the other East Asian societies are able to create together. This requires a fundamental shift from national history toward comparative historical understanding, from one-way borrowing from the West toward reciprocal learning within East Asia, from competition for international recognition toward cooperation in knowledge production, and from the developmental success toward intellectual contribution. For too long, East Asia has been defined by others through colonial disclosure, Cold War geopolitics, or contemporary strategic competition. The challenge before us is to develop intellectual autonomy, and not by rejecting the external knowledge, but by interpreting our own historical experiences on our own terms, contributing those insights to the wider world. In this sense, the tensions that continue to divide East Asian societies are not simply the product of unresolved historical issues alone. They also reflect the enduring psychological institutional legacies of late industrialization, the persistent search for recognition, the memory of historical humiliation, and the continuing struggle to move beyond defensive nationalism. Recognizing these shared experiences may open new possibilities for cooperation and mutual learning. As Professor Baek Young-seo reminds us, East Asia is not a pre-existing entity, but a shared intellectual space that must continually be created through dialogue and critical reflection. And as Takeuchi Yoshimi argued, Asia should become a method rather than merely an object of knowledge. East Asia should therefore aspire not only to the coexistence of civilization envisioned by Fei Xiaotong, but also to the co-production of knowledge across civilization. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your remarkable wisdom, Professor Ha. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will close the opening session. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'd now like to start our first session. If you could take your seats, we will resume. So, welcome to Session 1, Politics, Regional Security and Cooperation Amid Strategic Challenges. On stage, we have our moderator who will lead us through the discussion and 4 panelists who will also share their insights. Thank you once again for making time for us today. And one note for our members of the audience, we do have one Korean-speaking panelist today, so please make sure that you have your interpretation devices prepared. And now I'd like to introduce our moderator who is already on stage, Professor Park In-hee, professor in the Division of International Studies at Ewha Women's University. With that, I will turn the microphone over to our moderator.
Thank you. Good morning. I am In-hee Park, teaching at Ewha Women's University. This is my great pleasure to participate, to be invited the East Asian Cooperation Forum 2026, and also this is my great pleasure to preside the session 1. As far as I understand, the forum, East Asian Cooperation Forum, has been held almost more than 10 years. Probably the forum changed their name once or twice, slightly changed their title once or twice, but more than 10 years, South Korean Minister of Foreign Affairs continued to pay a key attention, to pay a key interest, the importance of the regional cooperation among East Asian countries. This year, the forum has been particularly designed how to achieve a better cooperation among 3 countries, Korea, China, and Japan. The forum has 3 sessions, as you see in the program. The second and third session relatively discuss non-traditional security issue and AI and technology-oriented subject. In that circumstance, the first session, this session, we will discuss very traditional security issues in terms of the 3-country regional cooperation. And we have 3 renowned speakers representing Korea, China, and Japan. From my left side, let me introduce 4 speakers. Professor Lee Daisuke, currently senior professor at GRIPS, globally well-known academic organization, Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. After a long position at University of Tokyo, he moved to the current institute. And Professor Ida, he is my long friend as well. He used to be president of the Japan Association of International Relations, which is identical to Korea Association of International Studies, 일본 국제정치학회. While he was the president of the organization, he did a great contribution to achieve a better academic friendship between Japan and Korea. Okay, thank you for your participation. Let me introduce Professor Wang Yiwei from Rinmin University. And before he moved to Rinmin, he taught, he was professor at Fudan University as well. As far as I remember, it was almost 20 years ago when he was a visiting scholar at Yonsei University. Years ago, we had very interesting, dynamic academic discussion as well. It is my great pleasure to meet him again. Professor Lee Jung-nam at Korea University. She is one of the leading scholars doing Chinese studies, and she has many publications and leading articles regarding Korea-China relations and Chinese foreign policies as well. Thank you for your participation, Professor Lee. And Professor Zhao Minghao from Fudan University in Shanghai, currently at Deputy Director of the Center for American Studies, simultaneously at Fudan University. He has many interesting academic contributions regarding China-US relations and East Asian security issues and Pacific regional security issues as well. Okay, I do expect an interesting discussion by Professor Zhao Minghao. This is the way how we proceed the session. 18 minutes was assigned for the first session, so I will to the individual four speakers maximum 15 minutes. Okay, definitely under 15 minutes. Please show your key point. Okay, and then after having all the four speakers for presentation, you're supposed to raise one specific question to any of the four speakers. Okay, so one specific question and to designate specific speaker. Okay, for let's simply identify this kind of the round discussion for 10 minutes, and for the last 10 minutes, I will open the session to the floor. Okay, let's begin the presentation by the order in the seat. Professor Ida, could you do your presentation? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and also thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to come to Seoul. So in my short remarks at the beginning, I'll try to explain what the current status of Japan's economic security policy is, above all. Can I show
Do you want your the
Yeah.
PPT file? 파일 좀
do you have-
띄워주시죠. 자료가 있는 걸로 알고 있는데. 네.
Okay, so that's the outline. So I'll explain Japan's economic security, and then I'll explain how past events influenced our policy or our thinking about economic security. And then I'll move on to two questions. One is the impact of U.S.-China rivalry, and also the impact of the Middle East on Japan. Here's a set of questions we were asked to answer in this session, and they are very long and complex. So I decided to just pick two questions, focusing on Japan's economic security. So how does U.S.-China rivalry shape Japan's economic security? That's one question. And then what's the implication of Middle East instability for Japan's economic security? So these are two questions I will answer. In order to understand Japan's economic security strategy, you have to know a little bit about history, because our thinking is always shaped by the past, and big events shape our thinking naturally. So if I were to pick 5 biggest events that happened to us, I would first list World War II, and the next the COCOM, especially the COCOM incident in 1987. But unfortunately, these are two complex subjects, and I don't have enough time today, so I'll pick the other 3 or 2 maybe, depending on how you count. The 2 oil shocks in the 1970s, and then the rare earth embargo of 2010. So we had 2 oil shocks in the 1970s, one in 1973 and the other in 1979. Each time, oil prices went up very steeply, and as a big consumer of petroleum, Japan was impacted each time very, very deeply. So the first crisis was triggered by the Yom Kippur War of October 1973, and the second crisis had to do with the Iranian Islamic Revolution of 1978. Each time, OPEC oil exporting countries jacked up oil prices and being greatly dependent on the supply of crude oil from the Middle East, Japan suffered a lot. Nevertheless, we learned some useful lessons. So, number one, we learned that we need to reduce our dependence on the Middle East oil. Second, we learned that we need to stockpile oil sufficiently for emergencies. And third, we learned that we need international cooperation. International cooperation both with the suppliers and also cooperation with other consuming nations. The second topic, which I refer to, is rare earth embargo of 2010. It was triggered by the arrest of the fishing trawler captain in a collision incident between the Chinese ship and our Coast Guard ships. For arresting the captain, China protested and demanded the release of the captain and also official apologies and compensation. Our local prosecutor released the captain, but refused the demand for apologies and compensation. And as part of the pressure on Japan, China resorted to a number of things, but one of them was an embargo of rare earths exports to Japan. So the lessons from this incident are very, very similar. We need to reduce dependence on Chinese rare earths. Second, we need to stockpile. And third, we need cooperation. So here's the structure, basic structure of our responses to supply shocks. One is diversification of sources. The second is stockpiling and other precautionary measures. And the third is international cooperation. So if you understand this, you can understand probably 80% of our economic security policy. So the final topic for today is that the impact of U.S.-China rivalry and the impact of Middle East. So I'll start with U.S.-China rivalry. As you realize, this is a very complex topic, and there are many ways in which this rivalry affects all of us. But let me focus on just one aspect. That's the impact of U.S. thinking about rare earths. As you may know, that there was a trade war between the U.S. and China last year. At one point, U.S. Additional tariffs on Chinese imports went as high as 145%. As part of this trade war, China resorted once again to various measures. One of them was restriction on rare earth exports and rare earth magnets, especially. And all of us faced a huge shortage of rare earth magnets worldwide. The U.S., in the abstract, always knew about this problem, but they felt it finally directly. So the Americans are much more aware of this problem and much more eager to cooperate with other countries, including Japan, to deal with this problem. So now there is a very, very strong push for international cooperation. The next question was the impact of the Middle East. The joint forces of U.S. and Israel attacked targets in Iran in February, and that led to a war for about 2 months. And then a ceasefire was agreed to last month, but then this ceasefire is very, very fragile. Maybe we don't have a ceasefire. Maybe we are negotiating another ceasefire. For us, the biggest problem is the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, as you already know. This was something that the experts always told us was impossible, but the impossible happened. So we are still dependent on the supply of Middle East oil, and about 93% comes from the Strait of Hormuz. So we are hurrying to find alternative sources, and that's turning to be very, very difficult. Fortunately, as I explained, we have a huge stock of oil in Japan. That covers about 8 months of oil consumption in Japan. So Japan is so far unscathed from this crisis. But other countries are slightly in a more delicate situation. So last April, Japan announced a package called Power Asia, which consists of financial assistance toward these Asian countries, including Korea, actually, for stockpiling and finding other sources. This final point is very apropos for this conference. International cooperation is very, very important in time of crisis. So let's stick together. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ida. Okay, thank you for a very interesting and constructive discussion. Okay, now Professor Wang Yiwei, it's your turn, please.
Thank you. 私は王一伟입니다. So we share language, share grammar, so easy to be understood. Actually, I'm from Renmin University of China, but also a senior fellow of the Chahar Institute. I think it's the most favorite of the ROK Institute or think tank in China, probably even in the world. And so I very appreciate you mentioned about visiting scholar, Professor Yonsei Dago. So that's the reason I come back to South Korea quite frequently. So I love. And today I present the future of the world order. There are 3 scenarios. I think that one of the most popular is so-called G2, which raised by President Obama and President Trump, but denied by China, by Chinese government. But even some Chinese academics, like Professor Yan Xuetong from Tsinghua University, maybe they endorsed so-called 2 superpowers, multipolar world. So multipolar world led by 2 superpowers, something even argued. But my position is, of course, superpowers is negative in Chinese mindset. We suffered of the superpowers rival during the Cold War. Both Soviet Union and the United States have the war with China, even want to use nuclear weapons to destroy China, both the Soviet Union and the United States. So we don't want to be another superpower. And also, it's not the fact. And the Chinese government position, of course, is equal and orderly multipolar world. Some people even curious that it's a multipolar world. China's rise, China's dream is not to be advanced economy in the world. I think it's a G2 or multipolar world. It's a political identity. China always said we are on the right side of the majority, global majority, because 85% of people live in the global south. So China, we say we are natural of the global south. And Chairman Mao said that it's African brothers and developing countries help China pursue the legal seat in the United Nations. So of course we only have the veto power in a permanent member, as a permanent member of United Nations Security Council. So this veto power is not just for China. I think it's for the Global South, for the developing countries. Indeed, we use the veto power, for instance, 16 times, 8 times for Syria, not just for China. Other times it's for Taiwan, of course, but also because of the UN resolution of the 2758 about Taiwan. So China denied of the G2 because of political reason, and also for cultural reason. China prefers of different dragons freely without no one dominant. In the Yi Jin, 群龙无首. It's not the American leadership or choosing people, it's different mindset. And most importantly, I think also China distrusts US. The US, they are choosing people, city upon the hill. They don't want to have a G2. In the US, the only G1, right? It's not a real G2. So, but the real, I think, beyond the G2, I think it's S2. So-called the S2, I think, of course, is a system. Because G2 or G whatever is an industrialization period. In the digital era, they are in one network, internet. China, I think, joined the World Internet 1994. So China rising is more, I think, it's AI, for instance. So they are most independent from the United States is China. We don't use Google, right? The only 2 countries in the world not use Google. One is North Korea, and another is People's Republic of China. Okay, so we are. That means we are not colonized, digital colonized by the United States. So China is very independent from the United States in this regard. So the so-called rival or the competition between China and the United States is about 2 systems. So why US put China as the rival or peer competitor after the themes 2017? Because China is dependent from the United States. Professor Zheng Younian, also very famous in China, they mentioned about Japan, South Korea, Europeans suffered so-called middle technology trap because you are more affiliated to the United States intelligence and high security. So technology, you cannot catch with the United States, but not China. China is independent from the United States. However, China and also US, they use one network, internet. It's not S2 also. It seems like S2, but it's not S2. The real challenge, I think, is, I say, C2. So-called C2 is 2 kinds of civilizations. The US, for instance, for AI, is all in AI, all for AI. China, as Minister of Park in open remarks, also mentioned about is AI for all. And I think that we share values with South Korea. But China also mentioned about AI in all. So AI should not just make an AI bubble. It's AI should, with synergies with the industries. So in China, we understand the AI different with the United States. Because US is private capital driven. China is people centric. So I think that's 2 kinds of the civilizations about the future generation of AI and over the technology, and also about the world order. US is winners take all. It's not a real open source. After the DeepSeek, now the real open source is China. So why the US put China as the adversary and the China challenges so the US is China actually, with the open source of the AI, make the AI bubble will collapse sooner or later in the United States. And then the US dollar assistance and military assistance also will be followed when the AI bubble collapse. After Iran make the Americans military bubble also collapse in the Middle East. So that's maybe the US really concerned. But to be frankly, for the future human civilization, I think many thinkers from Japan, for instance, 池田大作, Kyoto Takakshu, from the 创界学会 president of Chonkai Kashi, Sorry, I don't learn Japanese. So they mentioned about maybe in the future it's more reliant on the Eastern civilization. This civilization actually we shared, like Confucians. Even President Trump mentioned when a state visit in China in Tiananmen, he mentioned about the Supreme Court of the United States. In the middle, of course, is Morsi, make the law, a religion law. The right is actually Solon, make a civilian law. The right side of Morsi is Confucius. So the founding fathers of the United States, they think about there's harmony between East and the West, between religions and civilians and ethnic minority moralities. So I think we shared civilizations like Confucians. And China, ROK, and Japan, I think we have to share history, share civilization, and then I think we bring the more inclusive shared future for humankind. That's what I want to say. So-called G2 is not the real situation. S2 looks like that, but de facto is not the Soviet Union, US, Cold War. Decouple is impossible. I think the C2 maybe is the hope. As also I saw the previous, our honorable professor from Washington University, you also mentioned about Fei Xiaotong, right? Appreciate of others' beauty. So, and the learning from each other, mutual learning, I think that's the future of the human civilization. So in this regard, I make the conclusion that China, Japan, and ROK should work together to provide the wisdoms of their future generations' technology innovation and also the guide of the future of the international relations. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Wang Yiwei. He kindly identified in terms of case list feature and the natures among G2, so-called S2 and C2. Okay, and he also specifically identified the importance of the regional cooperation. Thank you. Professor 이정남, 네, 15분 드리겠습니다. 네.
네, 감사합니다. 예, 저는
Thank you very much. I'm going to actually use the interpretation service. Now, I prepared my presentation in line with the theme of the organizer. And the title of my presentation is Exploring Trilateral Cooperation Among Korea, China, Japan under the U.S.-China Strategic Competition. So can you put up my PPT? Now, these are the 5 points that I'm going to address in my talk. And the first is regarding Northeast Asia amidst the U.S.-China rivalry. As you may well know, the relationship between the three countries in Northeast Asia are directly affected by the U.S.-China rivalry. Now, when it comes to the United States, it is scaling back its role as a leader of the international order and is demanding a share of responsibilities from its allies. And at the same time, it is making clear its determination to focus on strategic containment of China. And it has been attested by the strategic guidance that was announced by the Department of War in the States in March 2025. And I think the same goes for China. Now, Professor Wang Yiwei mentioned about multipolarism and also G2. So when it comes to Northeast Asian order, China had a reserved attitude about the region going towards more the era of a new Cold War. And it maintained a reserved attitude toward North Korea-China China-Russia cooperation. But now it appears to be seeking to secure strategic space within the traditional North Korea-China-Russia bloc. And I think that is because it has to manage the U.S.-China relations, but it also wants to actually secure that strategic space within the existing North Korea-China-Russia bloc. And China is announcing global governance initiatives and related white paper. And it is trying to build a Chinese-style international order, which is a new type of order, and it is strengthening solidarity with global South nations at a very rapid pace. As you may well know, last year in the summer, there was the SCO forum that dealt with global governance initiative, and there was also the white paper of global governance initiative that was published this year. And of course, I think that China does not have like an ample strategic space, but I think that it has the room to build a Chinese-style international order, and maybe that is somehow related with the C2 concept that Professor Wang Weiwei talked about. So in the first half of this year, Xi and Trump had a summit, and there was a shift of China-U.S. relations to constructive cooperation, and I think that shift has not come to a full force yet. I believe that the U.S.-China relations still remain in conflict. So, according to my analysis of the Northeast Asian situation. Now, when it comes to Korea-Japan relations or Korea-China relations, I would like to share with you some perspectives. Now, with regards to South Korea's foreign policy direction, the new Lee Jae-myung administration pursues a pragmatic, national interest-centered foreign policy, and this will allow South Korea to become a global responsible power. In the past, the previous administration wanted Korea to become a global pivot nation, and now the slogan is global responsible power. So this will allow us to maintain stability on the Korean peninsula while promoting regional cooperation and international solidarity. And South Korea seeks to become a leading advanced nation. And at the same time, there have been focuses on improving Korea-China, Korea-Japan relations, as these relations had been quite strained in the previous administration and government. So we are seeing the announcement of a series of policies toward China and toward Japan. Now, the basic pillar of policy toward China is to advance a mature strategic cooperative partnership based on mutual respect and shared interests. Now, this policy respects China's core interests, and it also resolutely voices South Korea's stance on matters of national sovereignty. In that regard, in order to minimize the conflicts, security and economic issues have been separated. And that is the basic principle that we abide by, to seek stable bilateral relations while maximizing the benefits of economic independence. Now, there were two exchanges of the heads of two states between Korea and China, and there are also non-governmental exchanges and civic group private sector exchanges, and also academic exchanges between both countries. To give you some real example, There was the China-Korea Summit in Gyeongju and Beijing Summit in January 2026 that reaffirmed commitment to improving bilateral relations by exchanging views on key issues. And there have been some quite substantial outcome coming from these summits. Now, when it comes to South Korea and Japan relations, like its predecessor, Lee Jae-myung administration has reaffirmed its commitment to advancing our bilateral relations. So they remain relatively stable, and especially in October 2025, there was the first Korea-Japan summit in Gyeongju of this administration. So you can say that the basic policy of the previous government still continues to this administration, and South Korea has committed to continue its shuttle diplomacy. And there was also a Camp David summit in August 2023. Now, the trilateral cooperation of that summit will be continued as well. Now, the third topic I would like to address is Sino-Japanese relations, which is a very important factor when we talk about Northeast Asian order. I'm not an expert in these relations, but with the emergence of Prime Minister Takahashi, so because of the Taiwan-related remarks, their relations have reached their lowest point since then, and there have been economic retaliation and also military tensions heightened. And these tensions between China and Japan will remain in a state of managed conflict rather than a full dialogue or compromise, undergoing a prolonged adjustment. Now, the fourth topic is the following. We looked at the bilateral relations between the three countries in Northeast Asia, and I would like to also talk about the structural constraints imposed on trilateral cooperation. Now, if you look at the structural conditions and constraints on trilateral cooperation in Northeast Asia, it really serves as an obstacle in promoting the trilateral cooperation in the region. Of course, the Korea-China relations have improved somewhat. There's also modernization of the ROK-US alliance and the issue about the strategic flexibility of US forces Korea. These are the challenges that remain. The same also goes for Japan and China relations. Fundamentally speaking, Japan is very much dependent on US-Japan alliance, and it has a strategy of maintaining the regional balance of power through this alliance. And of course, this is fundamentally at odds with China's pursuit of regional leadership. So these very complicated geopolitical interests among three countries in Northeast Asia, South Korea, however, somewhat maintains relatively stable relations with both China and Japan. So that is why there could be some roles played by South Korea. And we can also discuss about them during our forum today. Now, last but not least, I would like to make some proposals as to how we can promote Korea, China, Japan cooperation. In the keynote, Professor Ha mentioned about how Northeast Asian countries, including Singapore, need to build a new Northeast Asia in the 21st century, and I fundamentally agree. So we really have to, if you look at our trilateral cooperation, it is quite challenging to have shared views and shared discussions. So I would like to share with you three principles as for the direction of trilateral cooperation. First, the future of Korea-China-Japan cooperation is fundamentally determined by the strategic structure of Northeast Asia. So when it comes to a cooperation, we should not be too greedy of trying to make everything so fast and speedy. I think that the three countries should gradually build a loose and mutually acceptable regional governance framework. And the second principle I'd like to propose is the following. The three countries must mutually respect each other's core interests, understand each other's core interests, and make concerted efforts to find room for compromise. So Korea, Japan, and Korea, China, we do have our conflicts and issues, but it is crucial that our countries try to understand and mutually respect each other's core interests. Of course, the national interests are a priority for each country, but we have to make sure that we also do not undermine the core interests of each of our three countries. And third is we have to work on cooperation in areas where agreement is possible. For example, in the areas of culture and climate and demographics, we have to explore areas of cooperation in these fields and maintain trilateral communication channels. And in that sense, I truly believe that the topics of the sessions of this forum are quite timely and appropriate. Thank you.
Professor Lee. She kindly suggested some solution, including building up a strategic communication channel, and also he mentioned some other solutions as well. Before we move to the final speaker, the first speaker, let me remind that after we have all the four presentations, the speaker specifically raised one question to designate one, the participant, the speaker. Okay, Professor Zhao Minghao, please, this is your turn.
Thank you, Professor Park. 안녕하세요. Ohayo gozaimasu. Very good morning to everyone. I'm so pleased to join this forum, and I want to appreciate the kind invitation. And my thank you also goes to Jamie and her, the staff team. It's no easy task to organize this event on cooperation. Cooperation is so important, but it's so challenging to talk about cooperation now. I want to elaborate on 3 points. The first one is about how to sustain the tactical detente momentum for U.S.-China relations. In May, when U.S. President Donald Trump made his trip to Beijing, both sides realized a very important development, that is reaching a new framework on U.S.-China relations, that is constructive strategic stability. But you can notice that the readout of the White House and the 2 words on that framing, fairness and reciprocity. Well, it's a good development, but I would say maybe in the States, there is not enough political support for this new framing. And both sides have different interpretations on this new framing. And also, we have to confront or challenge on how to operationalize this new framing, how to institutionalize this vision. Because we are seeing some progress in the trade and economic realm of US-China power play, but it's volatile. And I think such stability, strategic stability, is based on mutual vulnerabilities rather than goodwill stability. I'm very frank. But we should not take advantage of the highest level interactions between US-China to enrich and empower this new framing, because it's not only important for both nations, but also two regional countries. And the US side is undergoing a very profound transformation in terms of its foreign policy, its grand strategy, its vision on multipolar world. Secretary Mark Rubio talked about multipolar world, talked about the necessity for US to readjust its foreign policy. We are seeing the very end of a liberal international order, but we don't know what the alternative international order will be. And in China, we also talk about a multipolar world. The new buzzword of Chinese foreign policy is that we want to build up an equal and orderly multipolar world. It was raised by Chinese President Xi Jinping at the Central Committee's Foreign Affairs Working Conference 2 years ago. So what does the equal and orderly multi-world mean, and what China and other countries need to do to safeguard, to realize this vision? That's an open question. Second thing, I want to talk about the changing regional security landscape. In last December, the White House unleashed its new national security strategy. In that document, the Trump administration raised a new term, a new concept on US-China relations, that is decent peace. The US wants to seek decent peace with China. And I think the precondition is both sides need to find out new modus vivendi on the Taiwan question. It was good for President Trump to deliver some new statement on the Taiwan question. He said he does not want to say Taiwan independence. He don't think it's wise for the US Army to fight a war in the Taiwan Strait. And he even reconsider the value of US arms sales to Taiwan. Such new statements are noteworthy, but it's still very challenging for both Washington and Beijing to figure out effective and a long-lasting modus vivendi or agreement on the Taiwan question. And we're seeing the militarization of the Taiwan question. And unfortunately, there is some linkage between the Taiwan question, South China Sea issue, even the Korean Peninsula issue. Some ROK professors talk about their concerns over the Taiwan question. And Beijing is very, very, struggling to know the rationale of Japanese Prime Minister Takeachi's Taiwan-related remarks. It's not easy for Chinese President Xi Jinping to meet with Japanese Prime Minister Takeachi last year. It's not an easy decision because there are so many warnings on this right-wing politician in Japan. But President Xi did meet with Japanese Prime Minister Takeachi in South Korea last year. Weeks after that, Japanese Prime Minister Takeachi said openly Japan would consider involved in this Taiwan conflicts if there is. So such provocation, China has to make some response. We don't know the rationality, the rationale behind that statement. But I would say the regional countries need to be very, very cautious about the Taiwan question. We don't need to do that things. And also, I'm concerned with the nuclear forest scenario of this region, given increasing nuclear capabilities of DPRK, given the calling in Seoul and in Tokyo for nuclear armament, even for nuclear latency. We are seeing South Korea and Japan are developing their own nuclear powered submarines. I can understand some concerns, security concerns, but I would pose a very hard question. Are regional countries prepared for seeing a nuclear forest in coming decade, given unlimited proliferation, given the very complex interaction between AI and nuclear weapons? So the third point I would touch upon is the technology security nexus challenge facing this region. This year, it's very, very important for AI development. Nowadays, both China and the US are taking an all-in approach in developing their AI capabilities to bolster AI agent, to develop physical AI, embodied AI. Last week, we had World AI Conference in Shanghai, and the China government unleashed some new initiatives. For example, establishing World AI Cooperation Organization. It will be based in Shanghai. The Trump administration also propped up its technology industrial diplomacy concerning AI. It's evidenced by the Pax Silica. It is an initiative raised by US Department of State last December. Pax Silica is aiming to build up kind of, public club goods involving AI supply chain, semiconductor, and rare earths, critical minerals. So we are seeing the possible bifurcation in the AI and related high-tech industries. And we are seeing everybody, every country, they're thinking about how to enhance AI-powered warfare capabilities. Last month, I was here. I was in Seoul for attending Hongnong Defense Forum here. And I know more about ROK's efforts to develop its AI warfare, drone warfare capabilities. South Korea ranks number 4 according to Global Innovation Index. China ranks number 10. And South Korea has a very, very competitive, very, very capable defense industries. Hanwha, the headquarters of Hanwha Group, is just in this neighborhood. So my suggestion to East Asia Cooperation Forum is that we need to depend our dialogue on how to address technology security nexus challenge, not only enhancing government-to-government dialogue. US and China would revitalize AI dialogue this September. Hopefully, I think both countries can address how to mitigate the risks concerning the very advanced AI models, such as the Claude Mythos released by Anthropic. Claude Mythos is just like AI nuke, AI nuclear weapon, and it can easily detect and exploit the risks concerning our critical infrastructure. And China is also, making continuous efforts to develop advanced AI models. Both nations need to deepen their dialogue. But I think this dialogue need expand. And Seoul and South Korea is in a very good position to provide a platform to organize more dialogue on AI agent, and future warfare, and how to address the increasing technology, military, industry complex in the United States, in South Korea, in Japan, and in China. So I would leave there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Before we move to the round discussion, I have one message to the audience, so please forgive my language. Okay. Considering the majority of the audience, I will give you one direction. It will be delivered by Korean. 라운드 디스커션 하고요. 제가
Now we're going to have a discussion, but I'm going to open to the floor for the questions. So please prepare your questions. Now our four panelists talked about the importance of regional security and promoting cooperation between our three countries. Now, the China and Korea relations that were established in 1992. So in 2002, actually, the Korea-China trade represented about 30% of the entire trade. But with the THAAD incident and so forth, the relationship have strained. So interdependence should not be dependent or aligned with the economic confidence. If you look at other countries in Latin America and Africa and so forth, there is no regional organization like the one in Northeast Asia. So we don't have like a Northeast Asian organization and so forth. So please keep that in mind when you prepare your questions. And also our last professor mentioned about the Hongneung Defense Forum. He found that to be very useful. So it is actually an annual defense forum, actually organized by the Research of National Defense Studies, and it is a very well-known defense forum among many experts.
Can you go the same order as we did the presentation? So Professor Ida, raise a question, and then Wang Yue and Professor Lee and Professor Zhao. Okay, thank you. The question will go whom?
Okay, my question goes to Professor Lee. You know, in Japan, there is so much talk about middle power politics and middle power cooperation these days, because now we consider ourselves as middle power. And because of Prime Minister Carney's call for middle power cooperation, you know, we are sort of eagerly responding to this call. So my question to you is, first of all, does Korea consider itself a middle power? And if so, the more important question is, the characteristics of middle power politics is cooperation, engagement with international organizations, and mediation. So the last one, I'm not sure. Is Korea ready to mediate between Japan and China at this point in time?
Thank you. I believe the Professor Lee, you need some couple of minutes to prepare the answer, right? 바로 대답하시겠어요? 아니면 조금 이따가 하시겠어요?
Are you going to answer right away, or should I give you a few minutes?
You have
Okay.
question to designate whom? Which speaker?
First, I answer your question why there is no Eastern Asia organization for ASEAN, right? The reason is very simple.
While Professor Lee is preparing the answer, Professor Wang Yue, you have the answer to the question that I raised before. Why there's no universal or general comprehensive regional organization in East Asian region? Okay, please.
Simple reason, because the Cold War not over. Whether Korean Peninsula or Taiwan, so anything happened in the Korean Peninsula, in the Taiwan Strait, and then everybody involved as a your Prime Minister Takichi make the remarks on the Taiwan concern. And South Korea and Japan not independent enough from the United States. Even the Philippines also is an ally of the United States in ASEAN. But the majority of ASEAN countries, they are not a US ally. So they can hand over the bilateral dispute with China in the South China Sea, not put all the China-ASEAN relationship into the trap of the territorial disputes. I think that's the ASEAN wisdom. So ASEAN now is a major partner, trade partner for China, replaced with the European Union in the past 6 years. And also AI. Now if you visit Guangxi province, so Guangxi make the Shanghai, Beijing, and Shenzhen innovation of AI to implement it in Guangxi and then practice implement in ASEAN. So that's very important for cooperation. But so far, Japan, Korea, actually China now is leading in a digital economy in the even semiconductors, but they cannot cooperate without enough mutual trust because of the Japan and South Korea are more affiliated to US. As I said, this is a meter technology trap. I think maybe that's a reason of that. But after Trump, maybe more independent from Trump, because Trump said, "Oh, Taiwan, you are 9,000 miles away from the United States, only 50 miles away from the mainland of China." And I think President Trump also can say similar to South Korea. You're also 9,000 miles away from the United States, 100 miles away from China, for instance, although similar to Japan. So we are more independent. In country, we are more independent. So that's a myth about the S2, I think. The question to you, Professor, old friend, and when 20 years ago, you mentioned about, the so-called dependence on China. Do you want, I think dependence or mutual independence, this is reality. In the digital world, everybody depends on each other. So how to make use of that dependence? Is militarized or is trust each other? I think that's the key question. No one, of course, everybody wants to be fully independent, but key areas actually is very difficult. And for economic majority of the independence, mutually independence, is common prosperity. To make sure we live together. For instance, and China surrounded by so-called nuclear weapons, right? From Russia, North Korea, now even Japan want to cross that, and then Pakistan, India. No one country like China live in so dangerous situation, surrounded by nuclear weapons. But we have to live together. So make sure nuclear weapons can never be used again. So the disaster in Japan never happened again. So that's, I think, Professor Zhao also mentioned about AI, militarization. I think that's top concern for that. Not just focus on the Cold War. Okay, thank you.
두 개 질문 답변 다 가능하시겠어요? 지금?
답변을 하면서 질문을 하는 걸로.
I'm going to answer the questions and ask a question at the same time. Now, the first question, is Korea the middle power? Can we play the role as a mediator? I also mentioned about Korea wanted to become a global responsibility powerhouse. Now, the previous government focused on global pivot state, and now we talk about global responsible power. I truly believe that South Korea is a middle power, and at the same time, we have enhanced our national authority and power, and our stance has never been higher than before in the international community. Now, what kind of roles can Korea play? I believe that Korea, with regards to Korea becoming a mediator between China and Japan, I think I'm a bit pessimistic about that. But I think that we'll be able to contribute to creating the balance of powers in the region, and I think there is a role for Korea to play, and I think that we have to find what kind of rules that would be. And I want to get the question from Professor Wang Yiwei again. So can you share with me again your question? And I would like to also ask you a question back. Now, Professor Wang Yiwei mentioned about C2, I2, and G2, very interesting concepts, and especially with regards to C2. Now, with the arrival of President Xi, China wants to play a leading role in the international policy. And there is also global culture initiative, global governance initiatives that have been presented by the Chinese government. So it is about building a new order of culture, new civilization. Now, this means that China is trying to create a new order of civilization that is unlike from the past. And when it comes to global culture initiative and global governance initiatives, all of this initiatives is based on that direction. Now, building a new order of civilization, it can be built when there is an acceptance by the international community. So I would like to know, when Chinese government is talking about global governance initiatives and sharing a Chinese style of values, there is Yang Jihe in China. That means the traditional culture of China and the Marxism are being implemented in parallel. And I think that the core value underlying all of that is Confucianism. So Confucianism combining with Marxism, and if that would be the values underpinning the Global Governance Initiative and Culture Initiative, it should then be accepted by the international community. But do you believe that this Confucianism plus the Marxism-based value can be accepted by the international community?
Did you take the question? Okay. I will give you just 1 or 2 minutes while you are preparing the answer. Professor Zhao Minghao, do you have any specific question would like to raise? Okay, to which speaker?
Okay. Of course.
Wang Wei, I will give you chance. Okay, after a couple of minutes. Okay. Yeah. Zhao.
Okay.
Professor Zhao.
Okay. Yes. My question goes to Professor Ida.
Ida. Okay.
Yes. Could you please help decode the rationale of Prime Minister Takayachi's Taiwan-related remarks, and how can China and Japan, mitigate the tension? Because I think, given the aggressive retrenchment of the U.S. side, I use aggressive retrenchment to describe the long-term, direction of U.S. foreign policy. Japan is on the way to play larger role in regional and international security affairs. That could pose new challenges on China-Japan, the U.S. relations, and the quadrilateral, including South Korea. So how Japan, envision the pathway of mitigating the long-term, maybe strategic tension between China and Japan?
Thank you, Professor Chao. He raised very sensitive issue, including, Prime Minister Takahachi's very recent.
We need to touch upon sensitive issues.
Diplomatic position. Okay. Again, while Professor Ida is preparing, the answer, now I'll give you time to Professor Wang Yiwei, okay, to answer the Professor Lee Jung-nam's question. The leadership is something that should be accepted by the rest of the world. So, okay, leadership is not one way; it should be supported by the followership. Okay, what is your answer?
Okay, this is also I mentioned about C2. Actually, C2 is not the clash of the civilizations. It's not that case. It's a new civilization or old civilization competition. The U.S. of course represents the old civilization. Winners take all, chosen people, the American leadership dominant, core and peripheral resistance, military allies. But because of the depths, because it's also a burden for the United States, so U.S. President Donald Trump asked everybody to be yourself, not rely on me. So you guys take care of you, and NATO, be European NATO alliance, you should take care of your responsibility of your security. That's because of the world need. Today is a mutual connectivity. It's not a hierarchy system. So mention about the second, the synergies, you mentioned 第二次结合. I think that's always happened. Why? China's civilization, we say, mostly consistent for 5,000 years. 2,000 years ago, when Buddhism came from India to China, also localized, channelized as a Zen. So this is also, I think it's the first synergy with the external civilization with the Chinese tradition, culture. And then in the modern times, Mr. Democracy, Mr. Science, and Mr. Marx, Karl Marx, came to China, also localized, channelized. For instance, the founder of the Republic of China, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, used the of the people, by the people, and for the people, and with the synergies with Chinese characteristics, actually. Then Communist Party of China, to be frankly, today is the birthday of the Communist Party of China, and also my birthday. Okay, the real birthday. Thank you. The Communist Party of China now, I think it's very important to understand that the communism in China is not just localized, channelized with Chairman Mao's period, which synergies with the traditional Chinese culture. Traditional Chinese culture is not one God. It's go beyond different gods like Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism. So it's the Tao. All under the Tao, there are different gods. This is different with U.S., the one God. In the U.S. dollar, in God, we trust. So that I think competition with AI model. So U.S. want to dominate AI. The U.S. want to, they are WASP people, they are chosen people, they're always on the right side of the history. It's different. Actually, the world needs more mutual connectivity on the base of mutual respect and also sovereignty respect. So I think that China, not China, but China take the initiative towards of the new civilization for the human beings. So that's AI actually demand. That's I'm sure that China, Japan, and South Korea, and all other members of the United Nations can contribute together, because the traditional Chinese culture is not a U.S. one God culture. It's mostly inclusive openness. It's 和和共生. So Japanese say 共生, Korean say 共生, we Chinese say 共生. So similar, like ganbei. So that's easy to be understood in Eastern culture. But the translation of the gongsen, mutualism, in English is not that case. So I think in the AI era, we are more traced back to the original civilization. So a new kind of civilization who can represent. So that's a real competition between China and the United States. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Okay, very interesting answer. Anyway, congratulations. Okay. Anyway, congratulations. Ida, are you ready to answer the question?
Sure. By the way, the opinions I express in this forum are not representative of my institution or the Japanese government. But talking about decoding Takaichi's statement, I think, the sort of dispelling the misunderstanding is a better word than decoding. There is widespread misunderstanding that Takaichi's statement meant that Japan is now ready to intervene in any military contingency between China and Taiwan. And that's not the case. Her intention was that if China uses force to take over Taiwan and the United States intervenes militarily, we are now ready to think about collective security with the United States. That's all she meant. But that sort of scenario part, China is already using military force. The United States is already intervening militarily in the Taiwan Strait. that part is just gone in the popular understanding. And then, all that's left is that we are now going to intervene in Taiwan. I think, what she was saying is pretty much a very, very mild version of what the collective security sort of legislation we did in 2015. And at that time, Abe was already talking about these scenarios, but not as concretely as Takaichi did last November. As for the long-term strategy of Japan, again, I am not a representative of the Japanese government, so I cannot say anything definite. But certainly we have distinct national interests, distinct from any other country, including the United States. So we have to think very, very creatively about what to do with our future. But in that sense, we have to start thinking of scenarios. Where our strategists are already thinking about plan A, plan A dash, plan B, plan C, and so on and so forth. But everybody says that plan A is no longer here, and plan A hyphen is maybe possible, but not very likely, and plan B and plan C are all out of the question. So the short answer to your question is that although we are trying to think very, very creatively about the future, the realistic options are very, very limited. That's the sad reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ida. 아주 민감한 질문이었고 민감한 답변이었는데 아무튼
Thank you very much. That was a sensitive question, but very productive as well.
To the audience, I have one question to Professor Zhao Minghao, since nobody raised a question to you. 최근에 시진핑 주석이 평양 방문.
Recently, President Xi actually visited Pyongyang.
Is one of the critical barrier behind the regional cooperation in East Asia, definitely, in particular among the three countries' cooperation. The last month, President Xi Jinping visited Pyongyang, and according to the interpretation of his visit, people in South Korea simply understand whether China officially changed your position regarding North Korean nuclear program or not. Or you still continue denuclearization of the whole Korean peninsula, or still stick to the same position or not?
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you for this question. I think that's the most concerned topic for our friends. First of all, I would say it's quite tricky to mention and use the term of denuclearization at the current stage. Actually, US President Donald Trump mentioned DPRK as nuclear power for several times. And there is a common sense in the scholarly community that the US side is quietly, abandoning the policy based on denuclearization. That's the first point. So we need to think about, because China is not the most important player in this game, we need to think about how US and DPRK can revitalize effective diplomacy, and China would be happy to say that. And actually, during the Trump-Xi Jinping summit in May in Beijing, according to the news report, the two presidents touched upon the Korean Peninsula issue. And the White House readout said that both sides reconfirmed their consensus on denuclearization of Korean Peninsula. I would say it's in China's interests to realize denuclearization because I mentioned the term nuclear forest in this region. That's very damaging, that's very terrible for China's national security. So China has every reason to maintain its efforts for realizing denuclearization. However, we have to be realistic because Pyongyang is so determined on rejecting any talk, any negotiation with denuclearization as kind of a goal. So I think ROK President Lee Jae-myung used peninsular free nuke or other framing to iterate its policy goals. It's very wise, very smart. Second thing, in past few years, China has been supportive of UN sanctions on DPRK. That's reality. In past several years, China has been supportive of UN sanctions on DPRK. And Pyongyang is not happy with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Very understandable. Let me open the question to the people in the floor. 한 두 개 정도 질문 받을 수 있을 것 같은데요.
I think we can entertain about 2 questions.
하 교수님 괜찮으면 젊은 학생들 질문.
Professor Ha, can you
저쪽에
maybe
있는 저기
wait?
지금 네, 그
And
마이크
can we
있죠?
maybe have
모바일
students
마이크로폰
ask
있죠? 네,
questions?
질문
Do we
하나
have
받겠습니다.
a mic
간단하게 please
to pass
identify
to
yourself
the
and please
student?
Just give you a simple question, okay? As soon as you possible.
네, 한국어로 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 저는
Hello, I am from Hwadong Education University from China. I'm studying about Chinese studies. I like Japanese culture, very much interested in trilateral cooperation. I'm Kim. Now I have a question for Professor Zhao Minghao as well as Professor Wang Yiwei.
So in November, now Prime Minister Takaichi talked about Taiwan, and because of her remarks, now the tension escalated, and Korea is pursuing a neutral diplomacy track. So given the tension, now when we think of China and Japan and also the trilateral cooperation, what kind of vision should we have to better the relation?
상당 부분 커버되긴 했던 질문인데.
So I think we covered most of the questions.
오케이. 또 손 한 번 네, 저쪽에 질문 하나 더 받겠습니다.
We will now take another question. Yes, can we have the mic to the student?
Thank you all for inspiring speech, and I'd like to direct my question to Professor Lee. Before I jump into my question, I'd like to briefly introduce myself. My name is Kayan Kim, and I'm a master's student at Seoul National University, GSIS, and my current concentration is Chinese Studies. Professor Lee, in your concluding remarks, you mentioned that cooperation should begin where agreement is possible, and you identified several areas for cooperation, including demographics, disaster response, economic, culture, and academia. Among these areas, which do you think has the greatest potential to build trust and create momentum for broader cooperation? And why do you think that area is most practical starting point for cooperation?
Thank you.
Thank you.
이 교수님 질문 받으셨어요? 한중 관계에 딱 하나만 골라달라고 현실성 높은 부분.
Now, one
Okay,
area
last
of practical
question.
cooperation was the
The
question.
gentleman, yes. Yes, yes, the with glasses, yes.
Hello, my name is Hong Bin-Hu, or the student in the Hangul University Forum of 35. I want to ask some questions to the Professor Wang Wei. Actually, you told for everyone, except for the North Korea or the Japan, all the countries in the world are using the Google website by the Meta enterprise in the USA. However, in Korea and the Japan, it's also really have a difficulty having a cooperation with the China, such as the problem like a leak of the private information or the security. So due to the problem, so I think the three countries have a little bit crisis to have a little bit the cooperation. But how do you think if the three countries, the government follow the leak of the information or the security problems, that what the government have to do? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Professor Chao and Lee and Wang Yuwei, you have 1 minute. Okay, sorry about the time constraint, but this is your last chance. Okay, please, Chao, you go first. No, Professor Lee, okay, 이정남, you go first. 이 교수님,
네, 제가
하세요.
먼저
네.
I'll be the first to answer the question. Thank you very much. Now, the areas of potential cooperation between China and Korea was the question. And at Korea University, 15 professors from Simcheon University came for a visit, and we had a meeting. And the topic of the meeting was about exchanging values of norms and values. And also another issue was about the elderly welfare and social welfare systems. They wanted to know about the governance system in Korea. And we also share the challenges that we face in light of demographics decline as well as aging population. So the delegation wanted to know what kind of lessons that they could draw from Korea's cases and situation. So we had like a 4 to 5 hour discussion yesterday with the Chinese delegation. Now, when it comes to very sensitive norms and values and political issues, I think that we can focus our cooperation on, aging as well as disaster reduction and fake news in the cyberspace. But practically speaking, the first and foremost priority will be the aging population and low fertility. I think that should be the starting point. And if we can initiate our cooperation in that field, we can expand our cooperation into other areas.
Very quick 2 points. The first one, I think 3 countries need to compare notes on how they understand, how they perceive the regional security dilemma complex. I use security dilemma complex rather than security dilemma because Japan is very concerned with Chinese military modernization. But Chinese military modernization is for deterring possible US military attacks. So we have a very complicated security dilemma complex. That's the first thing, how we should address it. The second thing that 3 countries, we have a common challenge, that is AI. Nowadays, AI agent, AI pod warfare, physical AI could pose very serious, very, very damaging challenge to 3 countries. And these 3 countries are very powerful, very influential in AI realm, semiconductor, physical AI, AI models. So I think we 3 countries need to depend on a dialogue on how to manage AI-related security risks and economic security challenges.
Okay, thank you. Professor Wang Yuwei, you have
2
just
questions.
1 minute.
Number one is about Takaichi. Why China so angry? she mentioned a similar thing that Abe mentioned also about Taiwan, right? But the narrative is different. She mentioned about survival crisis, emergency, something like that, which called back the memory of the World War II, when Japan invaded China, and also before Korean Peninsula also used the survival crisis, right? So that means we are still living in the World War II, and then they are not recognized of the United Nations system, post-World War II system. So that makes China very angry for that. We lost 30 million lives during the World War II. But most importantly, I think Takaichi used this as an excuse to revise the constitution, right? 2028, when the ruling party, if with a majority, definitely they will bypass of the peace constitution, and then cross the red line to be a nuclear country. So that's make China more concerned. I think the ROK also and other Asian countries also concerned about that. So it's for that angry for that. But second question about the students mentioned about Google. I said in today's world, only two countries not use Google. One is DPRK, another one is People's Republic of China, because both two countries cannot be digital colonized by the private company of the United States. Most independent system. However, China, ROK, China, Japan also have some disputes, not trusted enough. But this distrust is different with the relationship of the Google and the China relationship. As Dr. Harris Kissinger said, to be the enemy of the United States is very dangerous, but to be the ally of the United States is fatal, you know. So that's the differences. The system facilitated to the United States make the allies more dangerous. After Trump is not will continue with that. So that's the reason I think encouraged Korea, Japan, all the members in Eastern Asia and go beyond to be more independent, to be yourself, not to be others. And then that's the signal of the Committee of the Shared Future Major sent, because that means we are bypass of the traditional of the revolutionary think that like netizens use the revolution to overthrow the capitalist system. Today we said the Committee of the Shared Future means whatever reason, capitalism, socialism, whatever reason, they are mutual, they are coexistence, they are mutual learning, and even the Committee of the Shared Future. So that's basically the signal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very understandable and touching presentation and answers. Okay, can you give a round of applause? I conclude the session, but East Asian Corporation is preparing another beginning. Thank you very much.
And thank you once again to our moderator alongside our four panelists for a passionate discussion. Thank you very much. Please give them another big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude our first session here and break for lunch. Lunch will be arranged in a buffet style outside in the foyer. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a refreshing lunch break. And now we're ready to resume with our second session of the day. Our session 2 will be held under Society, Demographic Change, and Social Cooperation in East Asia. Joining us is our moderator who will guide today's discussion alongside 4 distinguished panelists who will share their perspectives and deliver their contributions. Thank you all for joining us. And it's now my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Professor Cho Young-tae, professor at the Graduate School of Public Health of Seoul National University. With that, I hand the floor over to our moderator. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to the session number 2. This session is entitled Demographic Change and Social Cooperation in East Asia. I heard that this morning you all had a very heavy discussion on the political issues across this region, but I guess this session is going to be more interesting because we have 4 guest speakers today here, and they I cannot say that they represent their own country. However, these 4 countries' background of these speakers, we share very common demographic challenges right now. So what we are going to discuss here is going to give us a really great insight, particularly that we can think demographic challenge as not as a challenge of each country, but as a kind of regional problem of overall. So as I just mentioned that, many years that demographic issues such as low fertility, well, particularly in Korea and China, we say that it's ultra low fertility because it's very low. And rapid population aging issue and the population decline have often been discussed as a problems of individual country. However, this session will remind us that these demographic issues are not solely country-specific challenges anymore. Actually, they are the regional structural transformations shared across many countries in Asia. Even though each country is at a different stage right now. So today we are going to hear from 4 distinguished experts from across Asia about the demographic changes their countries are facing, and also how these changes together can be a shared challenge for the region. So by recognizing these shared challenges, we will be able to prepare regional strategies that we can cope with the future proactively and in advance. So let me briefly explain how we are going to conduct this session. That first, I'm going to introduce 4 speakers. Then we will hear their presentation in sequence, and each presentation, please limit it within 10 minutes. Since we have a really short, I heard that we are already behind our schedule, so we have to finish within 80 minutes. And after all 4 presentations, I'm going to ask each speaker 1 question and invite them to respond, I guess, 2 or 3 minutes. And then finally, we are going to open our Q&A session with the floor. So we have 4 speakers here today, and I'm going to introduce them in the order that they are seated here. And when I introduce them, please I welcome them with a round of big applause. So first, we have Dr. Zheng Mu. Please give her big applause, please. Yeah. Okay, thank you. She is an associate professor at National University of Singapore, but before she joined the NUS, she used to be working at the Beijing University, I heard, and she's also a sociologist, just like me, sociologist / and demographer, and she has published a number of papers on how marriage and family shape social inequality and their interrelated mechanisms. She is going to explore how and why fertility decisions are increasingly influenced not only by economic conditions, but also by values, gender, norms, and social expectations. And the second, we have Dr. Hiroshi Ono. Please welcome him with a big applause. Thank you. Well, he's a professor at the Business School of Hitotsubashi University, Japan, and he has a really diverse professional background. He used to work as a professor at Texas A&M University, and also professor at Stockholm University in Sweden, and also he worked at Nomura Research Institute. And I know that he's very interested in the demographic change and its relations with the labor market. And he will discuss today why demographic change fundamentally reshapes economic and social systems. And third, we have Dr. Ha Jung-hwa. Please welcome her. She is my colleague at Seoul National University. She is a professor of social welfare. But before she joined the SNU, she used to work as an assistant professor at the University of Chicago. And her research has primarily focused on the role of social relations across various domains of older adults' life. And today, she will show how digital technologies can strengthen care systems while preserving human-centered support, which I'm also very interested in. And fourth, we have Dr. Tailong Zhang. Please welcome him. Okay, Dr. Zhang is a professor of economics. He is a professor at the National Economics University in Vietnam, and also he serves as a director of the Institute of Public Policy and Management. And he's widely recognized as a leading expert in the area of economics of aging. And he will examine today how aging requires new approaches to pension, care, and regional cooperation. Okay, now, well, taken all together, these presentations will move us from understanding demographic reality to considering how Asia as a region, well, that's very important, how Asia as a region can respond collectively. So I guess it's time to begin. So Professor Mu. Yes.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Prof. Zhou, for this very generous introduction. And so thank you for having me here. And presentation, please. And thank you very much. So basically, today, drawing on several studies of mine, I want to make one point that so many times now we are talking about low fertility, low marriage rates, and we talk about the economic factors. But actually, what's beyond that, right? And so especially when we look at, say, those different Asian societies, right? And we'll see that many of those societies are growing or even advanced economies already. So South Korea for sure, right? Despite this very recent rebound in total fertility rate, somehow South Korea still remains this actual low fertility. And so Singapore, of course, technically not an East Asian country, but with this a very majority of Chinese population, we're still seeing that the total fertility rate is already falls below 1, despite probably the world's most interventionist pro-family policies. And so at the same time, we also see Japan, China, right, facing those challenges in both aging and declining fertilities, right? Vietnam currently still having relatively young and manageable fertility rates, but we're also seeing that the fertility generally are declining, and these aging issues has been in the horizon already. And so there must be something beyond those, right? Especially among the younger generations. So economic incentives alone probably cannot really fully explain or reverse the trend. We need a more comparative, comprehensive understanding beyond that. And so today I'm going to discuss about 3 main themes. Firstly is to what extent in those several Asian societies, childbearing and marriage still go hand in hand. And so, firstly, like due to these legal and the social reasons, and so many times you're seeing that marriage, childbearing still like go together, right? And so basically, if you want to have children, it has to be within the structure of marriage. And if you get married, in a way, you are more pressured and obligated to having children. But now what you're seeing is that many times this declining fertility rates oftentimes goes hand in hand together with declining marriage rates, right? And then even among those married couples, you will see increasingly go childless. Or we're even seeing even more non-conventional choices, such as out of wedlock childbearing and so on. And then what about ideationally, right? And so if we're talking about the subjective and to what extent marriage and childbearing still go hand in hand. And so this first study actually is based on an example of Chinese university students who are young, who are more modern-minded, who are more cosmopolitan-oriented. So basically, what has been shown here in the graph is actually in comparison to those who still intend to marry and have children, right? And so what the probability of this other relatively non-conventional, like childless options, right? And so basically what you can see here, firstly is gender is a dominant predictor, right? And so women are 3 times more likely to intend marital childlessness as well as remaining both unmarried and childless. And even for this most unorthodox, non-conventional choice of like being unmarried but having children, like women are still 2 times more likely than their male counterparts. And then, of course, this exposure to this more liberal and open temperaments also play a role, right, as reflected by, say, those longer college exposure, like each year of like staying in the university would increase relatively non-conventional intentions, and then the more educated parents also tends to like support this high probability of childless intentions. And so what you think here is that additionally, especially among this relatively like a young sample, right, and there has already been some signs of decoupling, at least on the men's sets, and especially among women or among those more cosmopolitan-minded, right? And then this pattern has actually been shared by this comparative study like conducted in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Singapore. So based on this, what we do is that we design this survey experiment, actually presenting the respondents with all those hypothetical scenarios, and then based on those scenarios, they'll be asked to evaluate the fertility intentions of the hypothetical couple. And of course, we further look at how their own social demographic characteristics would moderate such perceptions. And so basically the takeaway largely echo what we see in a different sample, right? And so gender still plays a very important role. And one's endorsement of feminism values plays a very important role. So basically what has been shown in these 2 graphs actually shows that, so you're seeing that among those, among those like most gender egalitarian, actually the association between marriage intention and fertility intention declines, and even to the point of becoming negative. And so among those like most feminism, we still see that these 2 intentions like safely positively connected, but among the least feminism oriented, it's actually turned negative. And so that means that this marriage fertility links is not universal anymore, at least at this point ideationally. But when further, when this legal, institutional, social backgrounds become more like available, probably that link will translate into behavioral change as well. And then another point I want to make is that now we're seeing that individuals are exposed many times to the same social context and policy interventions. However, individuals positioned additionally different may actually respond to such interventions differently. And so one example is still like based on this survey experiment focusing on Singapore. And so for those of you know about Singapore, so Singapore is a largely multicultural society. And so of course, with this like a Chinese Singaporean majority, but also hosts numerous populations of Malay Singaporeans, Indian Singaporeans who has very different understanding about the value of family, marriage, childbearing, and so on. So on the absolute level, for example, and so we know that the total fertility rate on the population has already fallen below 1, but actually the total fertility rate among Malay Singaporeans are still like around 1.8, 1.9. So that shows the power of culture, right, of those different historical legacy that translate into one's demographic outcomes. And so what has been shown in this graph is actually not only the absolute fertility, but also the determinants of fertility may play out very differently across those groups. So you're seeing, of course, there has been some common factors, right? So for example, one's subjective socioeconomic satisfaction, right? And men's employment status, childcare leave are like widely shared as the most important drivers of fertility intentions, but we still see group-specific divergence, right? And so, for example, among Indians, they are very sensitive to what extent the society is politically effective, right? And then this affordable childcare service is most relevant among Chinese Singaporeans, right? And so that means that when we try to apply the same policies to all cultural groups, probably it doesn't work very well. We need to really make it more glove fit. And then that pattern of this very positioned patterns of responses to of determinants has also been reflected again by this comparative study in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Singapore. So basically in this study, we look at how this perceived political efficacy of this hypothetical society has been moderated by one's own political attitudes. So basically what has been shown in the two lines are the influences of the perceived efficacy of the society, or in which people have substantive influence or somewhat influences on the political decisions, right, versus those societies where individuals don't have any influences. And so we're seeing that generally they're positive, right, meaning that generally if individuals believe that they still live in a society that they can really make a change, right? And so they are more confident and hopeful, and that may translate into higher fertility intentions. But that, in turn, still be moderated by those individuals' political attitudes, right? And so, for example, look at this graph on the left upper corner, which is based on Hong Kong. So basically what we're seeing is that actually there has been some divergent patterns among those who perceive the society that has very high and somewhat political influences. And actually that x-axis is individual respondents' own political attitudes. That means that this political efficacy might be particularly influential among those who are politically sensitive or pro-democracy respondents. And so, yeah, I will wrap up soon. And then, of course, the final takeaway is that not only the determinants can be additionally moderated, but also the consequences. So fertility influences parents, of course, in objective ways, right? We all heard about motherhood penalty in wages, in work hours, and so on, but also in subjective well-being. So generally, we still see that generally both parents benefit subjectively from being a parent, right? But the patterns are still largely gendered. And so you think here is that actually the fathers would derive a higher career confidence when they transition from being the father of one child to two children. But for mothers, they also enjoy some kind of subjective well-being benefits, but only in this general happiness or overall well-being, but not on those like more clear, like work-oriented aspects. So basically, to take away is that so probably when we look around, right, and when we see those like pro-family, pro-natal policies oriented towards these economic aspects don't work so effectively, we should really look beyond that and so try to discover the underlying reasons. And many times it's about what's been happening on people's mindsets, right? And so we're seeing that gender probably is a big issue regarding one's fertility intentions, right? And so like women has been so advanced educationally, career-wise, but within the household, probably in subtler ways, but women are still expected to be the primary one to be responsible for various household responsibilities, right? And so beyond that, we'll also see that other aspects of the social context may filter the outcome, right? Regarding political attitudes, regarding one's cultural backgrounds, regarding this like other attitudes towards the family, right? Towards gender relations. And that's the result. So when we imagine the future of policies, right? And so economic incentives should still be put in place for sure. But then how to come up with like more context-specific designs is very essential, right? And so especially given that now the younger generation has been experiencing like a very rapid and drastic ideational changes. And so in a way, this window for prenatal policies might be narrowing already. Yeah, so that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to Professor Hiroshi Ono. The microphone is yours. 10 minutes, please.
Presentation slide, please.
프레젠테이션 슬라이드를 좀 해주시겠어요?
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you again for inviting me to this very prestigious forum. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to talk about Japan's demographic crisis, particularly focusing on the super low fertility and super aging society. And I wanted to start with the big picture. So here we're looking at GDP expressed as output equals productivity times input, right? So the input part of this equation is basically population times participation times working hours. So that's like the labor supply. And then there's productivity, and that's how we get output, which is GDP. So expressed in this way, I think it's very simple to see. Okay, so let's just ask people to work more hours, let's ask more people to work, and let's ask families to have more children, right? So it's a very, very simple solution, but each of these inputs have their significant challenges, right? I mean, especially in Japan, working hours have already plateaued. I mean, reached a peak. If anything, we're asking people to work less so they can have a better quality of life. Participation rates have reached a saturation point. Women are working in large numbers, so are old people. And raising fertility, as we can all imagine, is a significant challenge. So it's really, really not that simple. And let's just suffice it to say that the declining population is the biggest macroeconomic challenge that Japan and other advanced countries face today. Not just Japan, but pretty much all the countries, especially advanced economies, face today. So this is the case of Japan. Already our population peaked in 2008 and we are declining. The population is declining. We are here in 2026. And also the red curve there shows the rate of population aging. But the point here is that Japan's experience is not unique, right? And so here on this chart, we have population aging. What's unique about Japan's experience is how fast we got here. So back in the 1950s and 1960s, we were a normal society with the aging population. But we got here very, very quickly, and as you can see, that the slope of the curve is steepest in Japan. But going into the future, South Korea, Japan, and Singapore are all on a very similar trajectory, right? I also showed the numbers for Vietnam there, but my colleague, Professor Jang, told me that this is a little bit outdated, and Vietnam is also on a path towards rapid aging. So definitely, we are not alone. And here I think we're only looking at the Asian countries here, but if you include the EU and the United States, North America, it looks very, very much the same, right? So, yeah, I mean, so let's talk about some of the challenges of aging society. Here we're looking at annual medical expenditures per capita by age in Japan, and you can see that aging society is really, really expensive to sustain. So here, looking at the age of 70 and up, they actually cost us, on average, a significant amount. And suffice it to say that half of medical costs are used up by people of age 70 plus, right? So this is a significant cost. And of course, the policy debate here is that how much of this burden should the old people pay, and how much should the government subsidize them, right? So that's another political debate that we are always ongoing. And here's another example of effectiveness of fiscal policy, monetary and fiscal policy. This is work done by macroeconomists that basically, if you look at the conventional economics textbook, monetary policy and fiscal policy assumes a robust population, but it doesn't assume an aging population. So if you take the example of monetary policy, in order to stimulate the economy, you lower interest rates. But lower interest rates might stimulate consumption for the working population, but for the aging population, they rely on savings, so interest rates actually undermine their income. Monetary policy doesn't affect people that are retired. Right? Fiscal policy is the same. You create new jobs, you stimulate the economy, you increase government spending in order to stimulate consumption, but at the same time, fiscal policy does not affect retirees because they're not working. There's a study done about the fiscal multiplier effect. It has no effect on in an aging society such as Japan. So why is the population aging, right? So by definition, population aging is basically people age 65 plus divided by the total population. Why is the population aging? The good news is that people are living longer, right? That's wonderful. But the biggest reason is actually declining fertility. So the denominator part of this equation is shrinking, right? So people are having less babies, the total population is shrinking. Relatively speaking, the people age 65 plus is expanding. And this is another way of seeing this, but basically, most of these advanced countries, we are experiencing 50 plus years of below replacement fertility. So basically, all the countries are headed in the same direction with the population declining and the older part of the population expanding. So, The final part that I wanted to focus on here is about social change. And here we're looking at a scheme proposed by S.P. Anderson, and this is called the 3 types of social insurance. Okay? And the question is the family-based safety net sustainable? So this scheme looks at who provides the safety net. We have the liberal regime, which is market-based. We have the conservative regime, which is family-based, and the social democratic phase, which is state-based. Most Asian countries are, family-based or were family-based, right? So basically, if you have a child, the family comes in and help. You might ask your parents to move in with you, and the family could provide some help for raising kids. In return, older parents might rely on their children to help them in older age, right? So that's like a family-based safety net. The social democratic welfare state is something that is represented by Scandinavian countries. The state takes a bigger role in protecting the welfare of their citizens, right? So the state will provide child care, they will provide elderly care, they will provide health care and education. Scandinavia is the most representative example of this model state. What I wanted to point out here is that Asian countries, especially Japan, used to be family-based, but the family-based safety net is no longer sustainable, right? Younger people have more independent values. They don't want to take care of their parents. And so, and childcare as well. And so, and also, like, we have an expanding labor force of women who would like to continue their careers when they start working. And so they would like to have both work and family and not have to choose. So we are now in a phase where the state is taking a much bigger part in looking after the welfare of kids and also older people, right? The one thing that I don't have time to talk about is the market-based regime, which is in the United States, which is essentially a country which has no safety net, right? So you're basically on your own, okay? And we made, I think most Asian countries, including the countries represented here, are undergoing this transition from the family to the state. Okay, here's an example of like, back in the day, intergenerational ties were very strong, right? So older people used to live with their children. Back in the 1980s, more than half of the households in Japan were 3-generation households. Now that has declined significantly to less than 10% now, and so most parents cannot rely on their children to live with them. And another example here, the statistic is that percentage of persons age 65 plus living alone is 20%. And that's a pretty significant, risk, because there is a risk that people might end up dying alone, right? So in complete social isolation. So those are also like very, very alarming trends. The final slide that I wanted to share with you is possibility for regional cooperation. As I mentioned in the first slide, the big picture here is that GDP, as productivity times input, the domestic supply of workers is insufficient. And again, I'm not just talking about Japan, but also other countries. So there's an urgent need to stabilize the labor supply. So my one point here that I like to make is that instead of these countries competing separately for the same limited pool of workers from other parts of Asia, maybe we could establish a more collaborative framework where we can have a more free mobility of labor across these regions, right? And human capital, should not be country-specific, maybe transferable and portable across regions. So we have like areas that are direly in need of people, such as healthcare, digital technologies, education, green industries. I think a lot of these countries probably have the credentialism that are maybe region-specific, but maybe making some of this human capital portable across regions would be one way to overcome and stabilize the labor supply in this region. So that's all I have time today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to Professor Ha Jung-hwa. So you will also have 10 minutes. So we have a timer there, so up to 35. Yeah, minute 35, please.
Thank you. Presentation slides, please. Good afternoon. It's my great pleasure and honor to be here today. This morning, you heard from the opening remark that Korean government has the initiative of AI for all. And AI and other technologies are transforming social and healthcare as well. And in today's presentation, I'd like to focus on how these technologies can be used to strengthen care and social support in Korea and in other Asian countries. So this is the overview of my presentation. I'll talk a little bit about demographic background in Korea and across Asian countries. And then I'll focus on digital technology, how it is used in care, and also benefits and some limitations of using these technologies. And I'll conclude with discussions of opportunities for international collaboration. So this figure shows the percent of older people aged 65 and over in Asia. We all know that Korea and Japan are the most aged countries. They have more than 20% of older adults. But then countries who used to be considered young populations such as China, Thailand, and Vietnam, they're also rapidly aging. So we all share similar challenges in these countries. We have rapidly population aging with very low fertility. We have growing demands of care, and we have fewer family caregivers and care workforce shortages. So to address these demographic and care challenges, multiple policy and service innovations are being explored in Korea, and use of digital technologies have emerged as one promising approach, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. Here, the goal is not to replace care workers with technology, but to support care providers and complement human-centered care, thus making care more effective and sustainable. So these are several ways that technologies are used in care. First is to check up on older people, how they're doing, and monitor their safety so that when emergency occurs, people can go and help them right away. Second is monitoring their health status. So a lot of wearable devices are used to monitor their health, blood pressure, and other things. And then the data can be transferred to healthcare professionals, and they can monitor their health status. And also these can be used to prevent further health problems. And third is to help people communicate with each other. So during the COVID, a lot of telecommunication technologies are used to interact with other people, so help older adults interact with other people. And also for younger people or family members to approach their older parents in care facilities, because the face-to-face visiting was prohibited during the COVID. And lastly, digital technologies are used to provide platforms to gather data and share data so that different professionals and different agencies can share data with each other. Although due to the Privacy Act, this has not been implemented in full in Korea, but this is the goal of one of the goals in digital transformation of care. So here are some real examples of how AI technologies or other digital technologies are used. The first picture is Hyodol, which is an AI robot, which responds when older people touch the doll, and they give really nice remarks to people like, oh, I love you, or I'm so glad that you're here, something like that. And they also remind them of taking medications and things like that. And the second, Tasum, is a robot that helps older people with dementia, and they help do some cognitive exercises, etc. And then this, oh, sorry, where should I? Oh, the one beneath those two pictures is a care call, Kloba, by Naver, one of the technology companies in Korea, and they check up on how people are doing, and they try to be a companion to older people. And on the right side, you see Paro from Japan, which is a therapeutic robot for older people with dementia. And the last one underneath is an AI digital companion developed in Australia, which is developed to be a companion to people with dementia. In Korea, we are also moving toward community-based care, and the government is trying to use digital technologies to really monitor people's health status and their care needs, and deliver the data to healthcare agencies as well as other caregivers, and try to use various technologies such as sensing technology, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, Internet of Things, to really make the home a smart home so that people can use these technologies to gather data and really coordinate care. because of time, I can't go through everything, but this is how the system is planned. And these technologies have both benefits and challenges. First of all, they allow people to age in place longer because people can monitor their emergency situations and their health status and really provide opportunities for preventative care. And also they help better coordination of care. This is really important in a time where we try to provide community-based care along with many different professionals from medicine, public health, and social services. Also, the digital technologies can be used to improve efficiency because the care workers no longer have to put a lot of time in monitoring the everyday lives of older people. Rather, they can respond to emergencies and they take care of the high-risk populations. And also in doing the everyday care, the digital technologies can also support care workers make decisions and deliver important messages such as medication and exercise, those things. However, there are several challenges that we need to address. One is the privacy issues. A lot of sensing technology and monitoring technology, they gather data, and we don't even know who is accessible to those data and whether older adults are providing consent to gather those data. So we need to address those privacy issues in using these technology. There are digital divide issues because access to digital technologies are not the same. Older adults who are living in rural areas and who are in a lower socioeconomic status, they may have less access to digital care. Also, there's ethical issues. I already talked about privacy issues, but also we are not sure whether those data can be used for providing care or limiting care. So some people are concerned that those people who have many health problems will be denied of health insurances or some other important services that they should be entitled to. And lastly, people worry about digital technologies replacing human care because it has dependency issues. So people who are isolated, if they depend on AI robot to get emotional support, in the end, they might lack more human connections, and this may lead to greater social isolation. So those are some of the challenges that we are facing in using digital technologies. So some of the key principles to reduce the risk of digital technologies in care is to respect for privacy of older people and protection of personal information and the collection of data with informed consent. So these should be ensured in using the digital technologies. And human relationships should remain at the heart of quality care, and technology should complement, not replace human care. And we also need to reduce the digital divide by improving access to digital infrastructure and devices, providing digital literacy education and training, designing age-friendly digital services, and reducing regional disparities in access to care. So in addressing these challenges, I think we have some rooms for collaboration. We could learn from each other by sharing best practices and policies. We can also develop ethics, privacy standards, and digital governance across Asia together. We can also work for joint innovation in AI, robotics, and digital platforms. And we can also do some research collaborations by doing comparative research, evaluation, and generating evidences together. So in conclusion, population aging across Asia demands new approaches to care, and digital technologies can be used to approach these innovations. However, it should be used to strengthen, not replace care and social support. And East Asian collaboration can accelerate innovation and improve the quality of care. Yeah, that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to our last speaker, Professor Zhang Tai Long. So, Professor Long, you also have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Slide, please. First, I would like to thank the organizer for very warm hospitality to invite me to join this very emerging forum. And I think that before my slide, I would like to confirm that when we talk about aging population, it is not a static issue, but it's a dynamic. It means that when we talk about aging population, meaning that we have to talk not only about the current older person, but also we should prepare and talk about the future generation. It means worker and even children. So my slide not very specific about Vietnam, but also about East Asian and also Southeast Asian country, how we are facing the aging problem and how we can collaborate in different sectors. Okay, so there are 4 parts of my talk. The first one about age and aging and age population in our region. The second one, common challenges in aging population. The third one, why we have to collaborate with each other. And last but not least, what kind of activity we have to do. Some part, overlap with what 2 previous speakers already mentioned, but I want to emphasize that we are now in the race of aging population. Right? So not only high-income country like Japan, Korea, Singapore, but also middle-income country like Vietnam, Thailand, also in the race of aging population. And according to American Association of Retiree, person, they say that from 60 to 80% of aging population because of declining fertility, and we already shown by the previous 2 speakers. And life expectancy just contribute about 10%. And last but not least, migration, especially international migration, contribute about 5% of the aging population in different countries. And here I show you how the repeat of aging population in middle-income country like Vietnam. In France, 115 years to increase from 7 to 14% of people aged 65 and over in the total population. But in Vietnam, in Korea, in Japan, just less than 25 years. And even you can see some country we thought it's very young, like Laos also will be rapidly aging in the future. And mostly because of declining fertility rate. Like in the case of Vietnam in 1975, the TFR was about 4.6, but now only 1.9 after 4 decades. And now government of Vietnam also really concerned about declining fertility rate because we are talking more and more about aging and age population in the future. And here is also very interesting whether we are getting old before getting rich. I compare between the country by PPP per capita and also by the rate of people aged 65 and over. And you can see Japan, for instance, right? You got rich before get old. But Vietnam, maybe if we move on the horizontal one, it means aging faster than vertical one. It means we will get old before get rich. That will be the challenge. So we are getting old at different level of income. And I think that the different countries will have different strategy. But just look, the collaboration in the region, we can see that we need to work with each other about that one. Okay, so there are some common challenges in aging population. The first one, we are in the shortage of both skillful and less skillful workers. We have now 100,000 of people moving from Vietnam to Japan and Korea to work in the less skillful sector. And at the same time in Vietnam, we also facing the problem of skillful labor. just only less than 1/3 of labor force in Vietnam, of about 60 million people, like considered as skillful. And when we talk about technology, we talk about AI and something like that. What happens if we don't have enough or sufficient skillful labor to meet the demand, right? The second one, about the pension system. The traditional pay-as-you-go system in all countries in the region now facing the problem of both intra and intergenerational inequity. If we remain this one, we have more older people, they live longer, and we have less worker or less contributor. The problem is the tax burden will put on more and more on the future generation if we keep the same design, right? The third one is that non-communicable disease become more and more popular. So we can see from two presentations before, and especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, we can see also the huge problem with mental health among not only older person but also young generation, because they are facing the problem of economic uncertainty, job uncertainty, something like that. So they also need to think about not only within one country but also in regional and also in global. The next one is about demand for elder care rapidly increases, but usually unmet. Actually, I was also one of the authors for the WHO report about 85 countries talking about healthcare and also social care unmet. And it showed that many countries, even high-income countries, they also have trouble with unmet health and also social care because of geographic difference, because of income difference, and also because of some kind of cultural context. So this is also a kind of really concern about the macro policy. And last but not least, we already heard from Professor before me that traditional family-based care broken because the changes in living arrangement, because of the size of the family, and also because of migration and urbanization. In Vietnam, for instance, now, young generation, they move from rural to urban area to live there, to get a job. But they cannot, bring their old parents going along. Why? Because the cost of living very high, cost of housing very high, and even they are facing with, uncertain job, as I mentioned earlier. And that is why, the taking care within the family now become very, very difficult. So what we why we have to collaborate with each other? The first one, we already here and there mentioned about combining the labor market. As I said, for instance, in Korea and in Japan, you are like a less skillful worker, right? So now, in recent 3 years, as I heard from Ministry of Labor before, and now Ministry of Home Affairs, we have 100,000 of workers, moving from Vietnam to Korea and Japan to work, to compensate with, lack of less skillful worker in two countries. So the labor rights and also social protection rights also need to discuss between the country. I will talk later about this one. It become more and more serious issue in Vietnam. The second one, we lack of health and also long-term care worker. Some people train in Korea, some train in Japan, but when they return to Vietnam, they cannot find a job, and then they have to drop and then return to country. So what happened? We lack of labor, and we become lack forever if we cannot meet the demand of the worker, by good working environment and also compensation, I mean salary or wage. Last but not least, because we are all aging, so grasping silver or longevity economies become very important. So technology, like age-friendly homes or city, medical and retirement tourism services, like something work very well in Chiang Mai, Thailand now. We should learn from there. How they are, conducting the medical and retirement tour services in Chiang Mai. Very successful in the past 20 years. And then the one she just mentioned about digital health, right? So we can have like health services not only in my country like Vietnam, but also, cross border. Like last year in Hanoi Medical University, we have like telemedicine, one doctor from the university just inside Hanoi, and then they have some doctor from Yangon hospital to have like heart operation. So I think that is very, like borderless when we talk about the digital health. But what we have to do, the first one, we need to have joint labor market regulation in terms of social insurance, income tax, or care businesses. For instance, 100,000 of people working in Japan and Korea, after 20 years, they return to Vietnam. What happened? They bring back what they save from Japan and Korea. But in Vietnam, we consider that one is remittances, that is income, and we tax on that one. But in Vietnam, if you retire, your income from retirement is non-taxable income. So that is contradict, right? The second one, that when they work in Japan and Korea, they can join with social assistance or social insurance system in Japan and Korea, but they cannot join with the system in Vietnam. So once they retire in Vietnam, meaning that they don't have any kind of pension or social assistance, even health insurance, because they didn't contribute, and they have no chance to contribute to that one. So this is a very emergent issue for the country to work with each other in order to protect labor rights, and even more than that, human rights, when they get older. The second one, I think that human capital development, in order to standardize some sector in production, and also especially in care, and health care, and also long-term care. The next one, she already mentioned, I think that technology collaboration is very important, especially when we have more and more older person, right? And also we need more and more technology in production when we have less, labor market. And last but not least, I think that share platform for data research and policy collaboration is also important. I think we didn't mention something about this one. Sometimes when I try to look for the data from Japan and Korea, maybe easier by contacting with my colleagues here in Japan and Korea. But whether we have like open access data to see the different country, how we can collaborate with each other. When we compare Japan and Korea, just access to United Nations population projection, for instance. But for Vietnam, population projection by United Nations always much slower than the actual number, right? Because they use some kind of very strong assumption, saying that okay, fertility rate in Vietnam slowly decline, but actually it's very rapidly decline, something like that. So I think open up the access of the national database also important for us to understand each other, to do the research together, and also to provide the policy collaboration. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. So we now had a full speakers presentation. So I'm going to ask very simple questions to each one of you speaker here. Professor Zheng Mu, my question is that you mentioned about the gender inequality issues in the East Asian countries, and which I agree, totally agree. But these East Asian countries, what we share commonly is we have a Confucius background. So sometimes I feel like, the countries with a Confucius background, maybe it's inevitable to have this gender inequality, particularly at home. But recently, I have witnessed that many of my young students means that Gen Zs, the Gen Zs and millennial generations. Now, Gen Zs who were born after 1997 around, they show very different kind of attitude. That if my husband, my fiancé, who will be my husband, is not going to share house chore or like 50-50, then I'm not going to marry him. Yeah, so I think even though we have strong Confucius background, there may be chance that we can get over it. So what do you think that in your case, or Singapore or China, this kind of a new idea or new value can be erupted from a new generation?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Zhou, for this very insightful question. So I fully agree. I think the new generation, especially regarding their attitudes towards intimate relationships, like gender relations, marriage, and childbearing, may think very differently. And as a result, so I think I fully agree. actually, based on my own research, I think I observed like similar patterns, both in China, Singapore, as well as other Asian societies. But I guess if we speak back to fertility, that actually has led to, first of all, I would agree that it has actually leads to more individual autonomy, and it's actually a progressive phenomenon that actually the younger generation getting more reflective about the legitimacy of many of the cultural assumptions, right, based on tradition and culture. But secondly, related to fertility, I would say that first of all, that definitely would lead to diversity, right? Meaning that people get more options about like whether or when to getting married and having children, right? And so, as you mentioned, that then the young women, right? And they're thinking that so if I cannot find the right one who really respect me, support me, then I wouldn't consider like really a compromise, right? And I think that ideal, firstly, might be shared like among both men and women, that we tend to have a higher standards about the right person to really spend the time together with, especially in a very legalized, institutionalized backgrounds. But secondly, if you look at the empirical data, still that demands, say, for gender equality, as well as like a more mutually supportive relationship, are still more common among women. And so that when, as mentioned earlier, if this other like legal institutional setup do not change, meaning say marriage and childbearing still like bound together, at least legally, right, in many Asian societies, and then it will meaning this joint retreat from both marriage and childbearing. Yeah, but still, I think that is a good start. It's still a progress that we reflect on the
That
foundation
means
of
that,
those.
that means
Yeah.
that there is hope
Yeah.
because usually when we say fertility in East Asian countries, particularly in Korea, many people are very pessimistic about the future fertility rate. But you think that there's a chance that it can be improved a little bit?
I think it may take a very long time. Yeah, but still it's a good start for a change. And then when probably a new equilibrium is realized that we indeed live in a more open, egalitarian society, right? And so I think people may resort to the idea again. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And now my question goes to Professor Ono. That you proposed a regional skilled worker mobility framework across Asia at the end, last part of your presentation, which I totally agree. Particularly in Korea, that many young generation, their destination to go after they graduate from college or graduate school, usually it's just concentrated on a Seoul or metropolitan area. So these days I kind of argue that maybe we need to divert the eyes of a young generation to another country. Then to find a job or good opportunities in another country, for instance, Japan, as a Korean young person, it's not easy because there are so many barriers. So do you think that have you thought about institutional the support that the younger generation, particularly, at least we can start from Japan and Korea, young generation, they can move around more easily so that they can find the better opportunities in the other countries?
Thank you. So I'm speaking about for example, in Japan, we have a significant demand for more workers in medicine and healthcare, for example, and also in industries such as childcare and elderly care. But at the same time, some of those professions require particular certificates and qualifications, right? And they tend to be country specific, which is very unfortunate, right? So there are people that want to work in Japan, but because of language barriers or because they cannot qualify for the exams, they are unable to find employment there. But I'm also aware that there are other areas, for example, CPAs and lawyers and certain medical professions, professional degrees do transfer across countries. And I think that in those, I think that there should be some kind of a system where we can maybe have like a more, simplified qualification system, so that it could facilitate this kind of movement. I think that they come with very similar backgrounds, but it's more of a credentialism problem, which I think is something that can be overcome to make human capital more portable.
Okay, so Korea and Japan, when we say labor force, younger labor force, their like movements across the countries, we automatically think or consider that young people from developing countries come to Korea or Japan. I don't know exactly in Japan, but at least in Korea, that we automatically think that another countries, the young people from another country, they come to Korea. We don't use the term replacement migration, but seem like that. So does that same in Japan too? What have you considered or have you argued that Japanese young generation move to another country and work there, like Vietnam or Thailand?
That is something that I think that, the economics migration is that people generally move from low-wage to high-wage countries, right? And I think that used to be the case in Japan. I think that Japan for a long time was very, very slow in reacting to immigration policies, assuming that people would want to come to Japan. But now that wages are becoming lower in this country, in Japan, we cannot take that as for granted. And I think that a lot of the migration flows are actually flowing to other parts of Asia. In terms of Japan migrating to other countries, that has also not happened very much. I think there was some, for example, young people were more interested in working in Australia, for example, because of the higher wage. But I think that in terms of out-migration, Japan's case is still very, very limited.
I see. Thank you. Okay, and then question to Professor Ha Jung-hwa, that you recommended that we should have a stronger regional cooperation in terms of care technologies, which I totally agree. So then what do you think, what area do you think that would be benefit the most once we have the kind of common regional cooperation? For instance, common standard or common AI platforms across the Asian countries, or even joint evaluation system. That what area do you think there will be the most benefited?
Okay, thank you for the great question. So I'm not sure if I can answer what area would benefit the most, but what I think would be beneficial would be learning from each other. So for example, I visited China before COVID, and I visited one of the nursing homes in China, and they were using technologies to support people's movement across different areas of the nursing homes. So they had moving system where people who have mobility issues, they sit on a chair that moves around the rooms, so that personal care workers don't need to help much to move them around to facilitate social interactions. In Korean nursing homes, many people just lie on the bed and they don't have opportunities to interact with each other within nursing homes. Of course, there are some high-end nursing homes which have those support, but in many nursing homes they don't. So we could and China is very advanced in using technology, so we could learn from those issues and those usage of technologies. From Japan, I think Japan is the most aged societies, so we can kind of learn from Japan what we will face next. And I know that Japan also has a very strong communities where people help together to solve some issues. For example, dementia cafes and death cafes, they are all community community resources where people can go to. So I think we can learn from those experiences and also technologies to solve common problems in East Asia and other Asian countries.
I see. Then one more question, a very simple question that what I believe is the humanoid robots, when it becomes like commercialized, then much of our care burden can be waived. That's what I just imagine. But among this, since you're a social worker and / you're a sociologist, and in your field, that people talk about the humanoid robots that can replace the caregivers' work. And if so, then when do you think that it's going to be really happen and we can see in our daily life?
Yeah, I think we have, in fact, we are not prepared to address this issue of replacing robots, replacing people. We all still think that humans are better in emotional care and providing support that humans need. However, when I read sci-fi novels, I think about robots replacing human beings. And when I ask people around me, would you feel comfortable interacting with robots to fulfill the needs of to lessen your isolation or loneliness, and they're pretty much positive about it. So I think that's an important issue that human service providers, including social workers, need to seriously think about. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And finally, to Professor Long, that I'm quite sure that many Korean audience here are very perplexed to hear that Vietnam worry about the population aging issue already, because what we believe here is that Vietnam is such a young country. Whenever we go to Vietnam, then we see the vibe and then the energy. But now, why you already discuss about the population aging issues? Isn't it too early to discuss? Or even you mentioned about the pension system, but usually the pension system, when they need reform, then population pyramid, if that look like a pillar or column, then they don't really have to worry too much on the future finance issues, because it's as you said, that it's a pay-as-you-go system. So younger generation, they become elderly, but the same amount of next generation will come and they will support. That will happen in Vietnam, I think. But it's not going to happen in Japan, China, Korea. So that's why we always worry about the reforming issues. But in Vietnam, I don't think there's nothing to worry in terms of population. Then why did you already raise the issue about population aging?
Yeah. Thank you for a very interesting question. The first one is that, as I said, the same as other country, about 80% of aging population in Vietnam decided or determined by the declining fertility rate. And 2025 already marked the 4th consecutive year that Vietnam have TFR lower than replacement rate. And now we reach about 1.9. Every country, 1.9 is very nice. But if you look in the past, you can see that, the total fertility rate in Vietnam, declined significantly. As I mentioned, 1979, 4.6, 89 about 3.8, and then after 2 decades, it's just down to 1.9. And we expect that by mid of this century, it reached about 1.6. But the problem is that in Vietnam, we are aging unevenly. We have so many people concentrated in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, and also Da Nang as 3 economic centers, right? And then we left a lot of older person living in coastal area, rural area, and it raised about a lot of issue for the social welfare. We have a so-called skip generation family, where older people living with their grandchildren without the middle generation to take care of. And especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, we see the miserable, situation of many older households because of skip generation family. And the second one, because of, smaller household size, because of lack of, living together. And that is why, taking care of older person become really critical issue. The other one is that we also have very inequality in terms of accessing to the healthcare and also social care, because we have different people living in rural area, mountainous area. It takes time and also very costly for them to reach the basic healthcare, also long-term care, and that is why last year the Communist Party of Vietnam issued the Resolution 72, focusing a lot on universal care, where we emphasize more about preventive care for all people, including especially for older person. Regarding the pay-as-you-go system, the problem is we have so many people working as informal worker, right? So that is why now the pension system in Vietnam just cover 39% of working force to contribute to the pension system. What happens if the informality remain for long, right? They don't contribute when they are at worker, right? So when they come to the age of older person, they will receive the social assistance, which is tax-based, payment. What happens? Generation in the future have to pay more in order to support them. That is why we have to emphasize that, expanding the pension system toward like a mandatory coverage should be the strategy for Vietnam in order to adapt with aging population. Yes.
Thank you for the answer. Okay, now we have about 4 minutes to go. So we will have, we already have three. I see three hands. Sorry, we don't have enough time. So 3 hands, and then we're going to close the session. I see it. No, sorry. The lady back there with the white shirts. Yeah, and then there's a young gentleman back there. And the third one, way up there, yeah, the white shirts. Yes, yeah. So we'll take. And please identify yourself very briefly, and then also make it very short your question. Okay?
Yes. Hello, Professor. My name is Thanh Lan. I'm from Nam Seoul University. I'm professor there. Actually, I am original from Vietnam, but I'm Korean citizen right now. Yes. I have one question for two professor. Professor Ha Chung Hwa Hako, Professor Ono Hiroshi. Yes, my question relationship about that. Actually, we know that both Korea and Japan are facing the situation like rapid population aging and birth rate declines. So, both Korea and Japan, we import a lot of workers or invite a lot of workers from developing countries like Vietnam. And I want to support more detail about the data for Professor Long Zas. There are here now in Korea, there are over 2.5 million foreigners living here. Among of them, there are over 300,000 Vietnamese people living here, and around the 100,000 workers from Vietnam. Yes, and 100 Vietnamese students study here. So I wonder just why Korea and Japan facing about the same situation, and you always import the worker from developing country, but you give them a short-term time for working. So do you think that both Korean government and Japan government should pay particular attention to in developing a long-term migration and integration policy for foreigners here? Or can migration become the regional response to the demographic trend in East Asia? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then we're going to take all these 3 questions first, okay? And then the second question.
Hello, my name is Minjae Kim, and I'm a master's student at Bocconi University in Italy, studying international management and strategy. And globally, we're observing unprecedented wave in international migration right now. It's kind of related to the previous question, but in culturally homogeneous society in East Asia, unmanaged or rapid immigration can easily trigger deep social cultural frictions and weaken established social trust, in my opinion. So how do you view large-scale immigration? Is it really realistic, sustainable, do you think? Or, like East Asia, Korea, China, and Japan will cost political and social integration costs ultimately outweigh in economic benefits, do you think? I just want to pose an open question to all four panelists. Thank you.
Okay, there's also a question about the migration issue. And the final question, if it is a lady back there with white shirts, yes.
Hello, I'm Olivia. I'm master's student from Sejong University, and I'm going to question to Professor Mu Jung. Thank you for your presentation. You emphasized that cultural values and gender norms matter a lot. Do you think our values need to change first for economic policies to work, or can good policies help change people's values? Thank you.
So the first question, who would you like to answer? You, yeah, Professor Ono?
I can go first. Okay, so the answer to the first question was about, I completely agree that I think that in the case of Japan, we are not, I think, as I said before, we were not very accommodating for immigration for a long time. And that's one issue that I didn't have time to address today, was that, the part of the labor supply, obviously, is increasing the working population is to, immigration seems to be like a very simple, very straightforward solution to this. And I think that Japan reacted very slowly to this, first of all, they did not address at the point of population decline very quickly, and by the time that they reacted, it was too late, right? The flow of immigration was flowing actually to other countries, and Japan was just not attractive enough to attract those foreign workers. Having said that, I think that Japan is changing their immigration policy to accommodate more long-term stays, right? So I think that, yes, what you said is completely true, and I agree with that. But we're taking steps to kind of reverse that kind of a policy change of maybe having people for a short stay and then sending them back. Now, right now, the non-Japanese population in Japan is approximately 3%, so we have a long way to go. But at the same time, this becomes also a very political, issue. Already there's like anti-immigration people that are very, very vocal. And so immigration does pose a big challenge in Japan, but I think that this is a way to go forward.
So let me add a little bit. So Korea has been similar to Japan. We were very slow in accepting immigrant population to address these social problems. However, it's changing. So I heard that Korean government recently introduced this program where they're training people who are already in Korea, so foreign people who are already in Korea, they're training them to become care workers so that they can work in Korean industry and also they can stay for a longer time. I heard like 7 years or something. But then there are other problems that are related to accepting foreign immigrant workers because care work is such a low-paying job, and we are not sure if people, after getting the permanent residency or long-term residency, they'll stay in the industry. They might move out to other industry, which might not be good for our first plan to recruit more care workers from other countries. So that's one issue. And whether Korean society is ready to accept a lot of immigrant population, I'm not sure. Our infrastructure, our culture might, especially in the initial stage, not be very open, which is not good for immigrant population as well, because when they come in, they might expect welcoming, people, and they might expect their children to be educated well here. But if there's, social issues that are prohibiting those successful migration, it may be difficult for, social integration. So there are many different issues to consider, legal issues to consider, and many ministries have to cooperate in, bringing immigrant populations to Korea. So I think that's why it's taking such a long time to make progress in this area.
Thank you. I would respond briefly to both questions. And one is that probably in comparison to South Korea and Japan, and Singapore has a longer history, right, as a immigration attracting country. And so basically, especially regarding care workers, and so Singapore has this long history of relying on domestic helpers for both like childcare as well as like senior care. Of course, at the same time, envisioning this long-term like declining fertility as well as aging issues, there has always been on the plate whether or not we also want to attract foreign talents and eventually make them settle down and absorb them into part of the like a Singaporeanness. I guess that has always been like in debate. So there are two challenges. One, of course, on the like relatively low-skilled like care workers is about, I think, related to Prof. Chang's earlier discussion regarding about the standardization, the quality of service provided, right? And so that is still like very hard to really manage, especially when it across national boundaries. And then secondly, I guess definitely economically immigration is productive, is constructive to Singapore, especially given it is such a small city-state. But on the other hand, exactly because of that, there's a potential like a cultural threats, right? And so it has been an increasingly emerging and central issue. And I think at the time, you're still like facing some kind of debating and uncertain future. And then regarding the second question on which comes first, right? Like money or those like gender equality. So I would think that it is largely like positioned differently relevant to people of different tendencies, right? And so, for example, I recently conducted some quality interviews with Singaporean couples, and for those who are really feminism oriented, and so basically any economic incentives are very helpful, right? And so they don't really challenge like gender roles, they don't challenge the value of traditional family setup. But then for those like a younger generation who are really liberal-minded, right? They have like a more individualistic, more reflective stance regarding what accounts as like a very meaningful, intimate relationship. And as a result, so I would say that I don't have a clear answer about which comes first, but I think definitely those economic factors helps. But like based on what you're seeing, right, from the outcome, it definitely not the only answer. And so in order to really elicit very fundamental and sizable changes regarding like raising marriage fertility rates, right? So definitely more systematic efforts are needed, like ranging from, of course, making the world a better place, right? And to the more specific how to addressing inequality from various social groups regarding gender, regarding socioeconomic status.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess our time is already up, right? Actually, I prepared my final wrapping comments here, but maybe I cannot do that. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much, and particularly to our distinguished speakers here. I'm sorry that we don't have enough time to discuss a lot, but however, I think we have enough time to discuss and deliver the one very clear message that demographic change is no longer something that we can prevent. It is something that we must prepare for, and particularly collectively. I guess that this is a very important message that we learned today. So thank you very much, and enjoy your afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you once again to our moderator for the moderation. Please give them another big round of applause. Thank you. And now this concludes session 2. Thank you very much for the avid participation and the questions. We'll now take a short break and resume at 2:40 p.m. with our third session. Before we break, we would like to acknowledge that the commemorative gifts will be handed out to participants at the end of the session, at the end of the day. So thank you for your participation. I'll see you back after the break. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for rejoining us for session 3. In session 3, we'll be discussing the economy, AI, industrial strategy, and data policy for regional cooperation. We're honored to be joined by our moderator and 4 distinguished panelists, and we look forward to hearing their insights and contributions. And with that, it is my honor to introduce the moderator for our final session for today. Our moderator will be Professor Bae Young-ja, Professor of the Department of Political Science at Konkuk University. And with that, I hand the floor over to our moderator.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session 3. Session 3 is about AI and industrial strategy and data policy for regional cooperation. I'm Young-ja Bae, and I'm truly honored to serve as the moderator of this panel. I think nowadays everybody is talking about AI and data. I think we are standing at a critical juncture in global AI and data landscape. As we know, the US-China rivalry and technology decoupling continue to accelerate. Many countries and regional economies in East Asia have faced great challenges. AI is basically considered as a competition game, right? Countries are involved in fierce competition, but we surely know that the long-term development and sustainability of AI and data economy require us to sit together and think about and identify the shared interest and standard for regional cooperation. I think we are privileged to have a leading expert on this matter from Japan and China and South Korea. So we're gonna explore the practical avenues for regional cooperation in AI and data policy. So first of all, let me briefly introduce the speaker today. First, Professor Sunsuke Managi from Kyushu University, distinguished professor of the Kyushu University and director of the UN Inclusive Wealth Report and a world-renowned authority on sustainability economics and ESG metrics. Yeah. And Professor Zhang Bo-Hui Zhang, Executive Dean and Presidential Chair Professor at Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen, a leading scholar in fintech and alternative data. And the third speaker, Baek So-in from Hanyang University, Erica, a member of South Korea's Presidential Council on National AI Strategy and expert in Chinese science and technology policy. And last speaker, Dr. Song Jun-min, founder and CEO of Jacobs Planning and Design. This company bridges creative economy and AI technology and the cultural ecosystem. Please welcome all our speakers to a warm applause. Okay. And let us invite our speaker, Professor Suzuki Menagi, to deliver his talk on design the disruption. Yeah, Professor, you have a 10-minute presentation, sure. Right?
Thank you, 안녕하세요, Monica. Thank you for the invitation. This is my second visit to Seoul this month. My last time was also the East Asian cooperation from the different institutions. I think this must be the hot topic now. Can you put the slide on? I'm the distinguished professor in engineering, but I do the economics major too. I'm going to explain how AI will be changing the world. This will be more important to the university student. And right now, I'm very sure that younger students study a lot for AI, use AI, but want to know, but nobody know what's going to change to the futures. So this is the topic I'm going to discuss now. I was reading the project for the AI on societies in Japan. I published a book in English that was translated in Chinese and Japanese, Korean yet to come, but maybe come, but no need to come because AI can translate everything. So essentially, you don't have to read. I have been editing the huge volume of the book for energy-related economy and society, which has more than 100 chapters, more than 1,500 pages. We used to say nobody read, or it takes a decade to read. But again, AI can read in 1 minute. I also edit a volume for the Asia specific. The situation will be same. Difference of those new discipline for the energy-related one, which is more important for the AI, is it's purely one engineering viewpoint or one economics area. But nowadays, it's so much multidisciplinary. The engineering, computation, and hard science are involved on those kind of discussion and creating many type of the volume. So it's not anymore the one discipline. It's a multidiscipline anyway. And when we go through all the economic society discussion paper using the simulations, the best result we're going to see now is AI going to dominate the societies. Sometimes we say AI can replace the white color. Sometimes we say replace the blue color. Essentially, technically or technologically, it can replace everyone. And then we used to discuss basic income. Maybe we get money from the government, but computationally, people find, scholars find, that money is not enough to live a life. So tax haven for the AI exists. And we say, okay, we need to be trained well to use AI, but that human capital outcome from the training is not, again, yet enough. So of course we got to do, but that's not enough. And we are not able to tax to the company based on their revenue because they can hide the revenue, they can hide the income, and all the resources not easy to catch up. So the result from those computation globally is we can tax the electricity for the use of AI. This is the best one, easy to capture and hard to hide. I'm going to show using the satellite how we can capture, but those tax will be the most relevant policy experiment that we can go. So using those AI taxing and use that money is possible because in the end, even now, even though there are so many AI companies, we expect about 5 companies in the world can dominate. So tax to those 5 big corporates is not that difficult. So that monitoring and operation could be possible. So then, what's the consequence on that? I said that AI can replace many things, including employment. What's happened to the student is there's no job. But to secure the society to the economy in any countries, we need to have a job. So that tax money can be reused to the employment, to the local economies. So in the political world or policy world, we call this is circular economy. Circular economy exists not just for the bigger city, but even any relatively middle-sized city to survive because they use their own resources, their own employment in the region, material, food, so that people can be safe. And even though the wage cannot be that too much, but it's possible to move on. So circularity is good because of the AI. And my suggestion in the end is the East Asian countries we cooperate with AI group to create the guideline so that we can check from the government purchase which product to use. If it's a private company's purchase or people's shopping, they know they have an incentive to buy from the locals. So because of the AI, we see that product is safe or local. So those kind of data sharing get much important. I'm the head. I'm taking the lead of the United Nations project called the Inclusive Wealth. I'm going to show first. Now, compared to the past, making numerical index is possible. In the past, it was not possible because we don't know how important for the people who died. We don't know how important those undernourished people have an impact to the societies. We don't know if the disaster comes, what was the disrupted infrastructures. So we don't know what to do. So that was a reality. By United Nations 2 months ago, created a report, Beyond GDP. They shows we can have the value for inclusive wealth and resilience and sustainable goals, which is not just a nonsense qualitative discussion. It is an index that we can capture, including the natural, human, and manufacturing capitals. Manufacturing capital is same as usual. We already calculate in more than 200 countries. Human capital, of course, we know the value for the people to the future in the society. Same as value for the climate change, natures, and the resources such as oil and gas. And this is a global average, but we have a number each countries. Even locally, we can put using the satellite analytics for the regional value in the stock amount for any country. So satellite and AI can help us a lot. As in the former discussion, we can make sure that where the human capital comes from, which is populations. So the blue color shows huge decline in the population, and the red color is an increase in the population. And this is pretty much accurate because of the AI to the 2100. And it can be done for the other country too. So we're going to see where people will be staying in the baseline. And if the new policy comes, what's going to happen next? So we see the difference, which is impact. So AI can help us a lot for the social design in any context. It can be global. So in the same disaggregated format, this is the 2015 July, very hot season on the climate change in the many countries. Sometimes we say there's no data, such as air pollution globally. We provide the academic estimate that's saying that even no monitoring station, we can provide the estimate for the air pollution anywhere in the world. So data analytics can help us to design the society in a better way so that we can move on to the next. Now, supply chain matters. Some company criticize because of their supply chain problem. East Asian cooperation make us to be move in the better shape by thinking about impact to the human right, local employment, carbon, water, air pollution issues. So we have a startup called the ISG to move on to help the government to create the guideline for the Japan's by capturing more than 3,000 indicators. So we don't have a problem for saying no data exists, so we don't know what to do. It's more the issue, we trust it or not. Last year, we helped the Asian Development Bank to say language is not the issue anymore. Even the Thai language, Indonesian, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, even any language we can cover directly compared to the English. So same as people's mindset, such as well-being or subjective well-being, people say people are different. We cannot get what they are thinking. But we can make sure very accurately, more than 95% accuracy, what people are thinking, what the income matter to the people, what the age matter to the people, what the local economy matter to the people in the very hard shape. This is my final slide. My conclusion is AI has been helping the society a lot. Initially, I said AI can replace everything. But what our job for the younger generation is to use that technique to capture, assuming that data can come from somewhere, which is AI and the science, then use that information to reinvent for the circular economy. So secure the employment, secure the economy, and that kind of guideline from the East Asia would be possible because assuming that, suppose, semiconductor, all those three countries or East Asian countries are needed to provide any product. And any of the three countries, we think about circular economies. In Japan, 5 areas increasing the populations, other people decreasing the population, so that circular economy mean to the local economies. In Korea, solar developed too much, and other region to be going more for the semiconductor development in the Southeast Asia. Same as China. Local economy to be invented, and they need to have more attractive for the peoples. So circular economy matters to the guideline creation that we can share the information, not meaning that direct product information, but the product information can be estimated from the AI and use that to get the promotion to the outside of the regions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Minaj. So you mentioned energy consumption-based AI surcharge and domestic recirculation and concept of inclusive wealth and Asian LCSA standard, so on and so forth. I think it's quite impressive that you framed the challenge of AI adoption as a kind of deliberate design process. Okay, then let's move to Professor Zhang for his presentation on alternative data and regional data sharing initiative. A case of satellite imagery data, interesting topic. Okay, please.
Okay. Thank you. I'm very glad to attend this forum. As a professor of finance, I'm always glad to attend the forum to talk about cooperation rather than equity market. And so please show the slide. Professor Manugi mentioned a little bit about the application of satellite. So I will continue the discussion. So the topic of my part is about the data and the regional cooperative initiative. And I'm trying to use the case of satellite imagery data and to generalize this idea into other also alternative applications, okay? So the first part, let me quickly show you the application of satellite image data in economic monitoring. And as we know that normally satellite involves several steps. And once you have information transmit from the sky by the sun, received by satellite, in that case, this information will be passed to local analytics firms. And in that case, these analytic firms, they are going to process all this kind of data. And then based on the application, and this data can be classified into net light intensity data and thermal infrared remote sensing data, as well as high resolution data, also the atmosphere data. And in that case, we can know the ingredients of atmosphere and in the outer space and what we have. And according to the previous study, and then the net light intensive data and really can tell us a lot of things about the national economic growth and also development and also the regional imbalance in terms of economic development and growth. And also we try to use such information in monitoring the manufacturing firms, for example, in China, and whether they are doing some net shift work to save energy. And although this is efficient and they are going to have the greater frequency in mirroring the economic output, there's also downside. What about daytime? What about they shut down the window? Can you still measure it? So in that case, and then we try to have another strategy, technique. This is called thermal infrared radiance. For thermal infrared radiance, in that case, and you are going to link the overall heat of thermal infrared radiance and disseminated by a plant, by a region, and link it with its performance, economic performance or GDP. And in that case, you can develop an indicator to see whether a city, a province, or country, if they have a greater emission, thermal infrared radiance, and then indeed they are going to have larger GDP growth. At the firm level, I can show you a picture. This is the factory in Guangdong province, in Guangzhou, the factory of BYD, the electronic car producer. And then in the factory inside, it generates a lot of thermal infrared radiance. And in that case, it will be linked with its reported sales a quarter later, a month later, or a year later, and for the prediction. And also, recently, we care about the global supply chain disruption risk. And because a lot of ports, such as Middle East area, you have this shutdown. And also by using satellite data, you are going to gauge to measure whether you are going to face this kind of congestion near the port based on the AI techniques and also mentioned by Professor Mazzucchi. And also we can form a similar index in measuring this supply chain disruption risk. And also, for some farmland application, you are going to predict crop health and also linked with insurance. In that case, you can see that you have so many visible applications using the data from all these kind of satellite. The second point I would like to raise is about the readiness of spatial infrastructure and for Japan, for South Korea, and for China, and also for other countries in this region. And as we know that SpaceX is doing quite well, and after its listing, and then the capital market grows substantially. And one reason is that all these investors believe SpaceX, they are going to play a very dominant role in reducing the cost. The cost can be lower than $2,000 per kilogram. And also just a few weeks ago, actually in China, and also we received some good news. And because there's also a cool technique, is called the event from the historic Long March 10B maritime net catch recovery skills. In that case, it can also reduce this launch cost by 30%. It's quite good. And then in Japan, and then we have this targeting 30 satellite network. And then in that case, you are going to receive data at hourly frequency. In Korea, and on one side, you will have this, for example, 11 satellite network by 2027 for one kind of scheme. On the other side, you are going to have this sub-meter SAR macro satellites. In that case, you can receive data from the Earth in a much higher resolution. So all these evidence show you that we have a good infrastructure. However, in the third part, I will show you currently we are facing some challenges. When we are facing these challenges, and then it also means that there are opportunities we can do something to resolve these challenges. The first thing is that we have this redundant deployment. And then you can see China, Japan, and also Korea, they are going to spend quite a lot of money in launching satellite. And also, you also face this resource bottlenecks, and it means that all these countries have their own information, and the national ground station that limit the downlink capacity and during the data gathering windows. The third part is about this task. It's not a coordinated task. So it means that you are going to create a lot of blind spots and with a lower efficiency. So in that case, we will have 3 proposals for this kind of coordination. The first proposal is called coordinated tasking and downlink sharing. In that case, and then the launch will be shared, and then the efficiency will be improved. The effect is very direct. It means that you are going to receive the data with greater frequency, and also for every investment, the return will be higher. So as economics, we do consider about this kind of return. The second status is about the data synergy. And as we know that so far we are facing these cross-border silos. It means that each country has their own data. They are not linked together because of format incompatibility issues. And also, you are going to have some friction in analyzing the data. I can give you an example, like NASA. They have their own satellite launched, and then like Landsat 1, Landsat 2, and also Landsat 8, 9. And then this data will be shared with each other. To some extent, so to push the step forward, in that case, we probably want to have this mutual recognition. It means the data formatting and the data sources, and also the standard protocols. This is very important. And also, we could have some joint effort in pushing the joint assets for this collaboration. The last part I would like to mention is about the algorithm. As AI comes from 2 things. The first thing is data. The second thing is the algorithms. And you can see the case from China, like DeepSeek and also those large language model firms, and they try to keep this algorithm open to some extent. I think there's still quite a lot of room for East Asian countries and then in algorithm part to share. And the reason is that currently, for example, take the case of a satellite, we are facing these kind of sensor-specific silos, algorithm issues. So in that case, to make it simple, in that case, all the algorithms can be shared with each other. And one sentence to conclude my presentation: East Asia shares the same sky. So our economic infrastructure should also share the same data. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Zhang, for showing us, how unified satellite tasking could compress data latency and boost economic intelligence in East Asia. Okay, let's move to Baek Seo-in, please.
Okay. Okay, my name is Seo-in Baek from Hanyang University. First of all, thank you. Very much, and it's my great honor to be a part of East Asia Cooperation Forum for the 3rd time. And can you please share my presentation file, please? Yeah, my topic is AI, but not very detailed thing about AI. It's a little bit macro. So I'm gonna share some of the current status of AI competition and the most of the concerns and solutions of middle power countries, the AI strategies. So we are living in a kind of ecosystem decoupled era due to a fierce competition, and not only from the data but also the hardware. We experienced very fierce and tight sanctions and also control and inspections for sharing the data and also the talent and also the compute power and also the human talent. And from economic perspective point of view, this is not efficient, but this is the reality. And due to this kind of a growing the decoupling between the U.S. and China ecosystem, most of the countries actually struggled a lot between these two systems. And a couple of days ago, we also surprised by the newest large language model by China, Kimi, and we also saw the reaction to those models. And this is not an easy competition, and we are very much worried about the decoupling is getting more and more fierce. But look back to last year. So not only US and China, but all over the countries, including middle powers and major countries, we are actually compete with each other in AI policy. So not only R&D, but also infrastructures, but also safety and guidelines and everything. So maybe top 20 or top 15 countries, we are compete with each other on very similar AI policy. And take a closer look at the governance issues. It's also very complicated. So for the last 7 or 8 years, we know UN did a lot of things. So from its very first report on AI, to present their independent scientific panel and their interim report. And also UNESCO did something, and OECD also working on it. And also we have a Wake from China, and the couple of days ago they announced that they want to establish the WACO, the new AI cooperation institution, and also issued some very detailed their initiatives for AI cooperation. And also, other than just international society-driven platform, we also have a private sector-driven organization such as FMF and a lot of different similar the organization working on governance issues. And the key point is we are talking on same topic or similar topic, including data and transparency and safety, but from different perspective point of view. So each platform, they are talking about similar the issues, but with very different point of view. The problem is there are a lot of governance and a lot of bodies and players are working on these issues, but it's not well connected and aligned. So this is, I think this is kind of the biggest the risk for the cooperation, especially for East Asian countries. And because of US and China is doing too fast and big, we are very much about it to losing our capacity, especially for those tier 2 countries, including Korea and Japan and France and Germany. So there are rise of concern of we need our own AI model. That is what we call AI sovereignty and sovereign AI model. The reason is AI is different from the other technologies. It's just more than general purpose technology. It have bigger effect on economic security and also social security and traditional the security issues. And when it comes to AGI, it will cover more. So it will penetrate more to economic the activities, including productivity and jobs. And we will have more affection on our social security and also, of course, the military issues. So we are now, including Korea, the more start to talk about sovereign AI more. But we all know that the middle powers AI sovereign strategy is not pursuing kind of self-sufficient model. That's impossible. So even China, even US is not really can achieve it because we living in a global value chain and we need a kind of division of labor. So main dilemma of a Korean AI strategy. So what we faced is, firstly, we have a kind of conflict, or just conflict for support indigenous innovation and with cooperation with international partners. We need some local players, good enough local players to produce our own hardware and technology and software technology. But at the same time, we are lagging behind. We need international partners. We want to work closely with international partners, including the American and maybe Chinese big techs. However, we have to sacrifice something. And how to balance the portfolio is kind of the concern and also challenge to our strategy. And secondly, because AI competition is getting fierce, the more and more people, company, and even the people, expert from administration, they are talking about the innovation capacity. So talking about competitiveness more, so maybe we can make it safer later. So the first job for us to do is to make AI strong enough. So this is basically, I think, is expanding all over the world, and especially maybe in East Asia. So we are much worried about it. How can we fastly improve our AI capability with maybe sacrificing some of our stable or the safety and so on. And this is going to be a very serious issue because in those inclusive issues that included job protection and also data protection and also unexpected unknown unknowns. So I think this is also kind of very big dilemmas. And lastly, most of the middle power countries and also East Asian countries, we also, except China, we are all facing matter of scale and speed. And finally, it's political issues. And my suggestions for the East Asia cooperation on AI is, firstly, I think we have a very clear direction. Firstly, we have to work on AI for SDGs. So climate crisis, the sustainable development, and pandemic, healthcare, and education, and AI divide issues. We definitely can work on that issues by using AI. So what I want to call it the mission-driven cooperation. So the important thing is we have to act now rather than design it. And we also can using our online platform-based corporations. And second one is we need to really act now. We have to make some practical cooperation. We don't have to really ambitious. We can make it very small, and we can make it beautiful. So from the culture and humanity, and also we can use a lot of open weight model, and as long as we can keep it transparent and keep it trusted, I think we can definitely work on culture and humanity cooperation with using AI. And lastly, what we need is very interactive East Asia governance dialogue. So I suggested this dialogue a couple of years ago, but that it just didn't happen because of many issues. So that's why we have to design it on the 1.5 track and expert-driven, and also we may need a solid bilateral dialogue to a multilateral platform. And also we have to make this dialogue kind of interoperable with existing platforms. So as I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of dialogue. But the problem is we don't really aligned and we don't really connect it to each other. So if we try to decide to make another the governance and AI dialogue, we have to make sure that it is quite efficiently connected to existing dialogue. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Baek, for framing the structural dilemma of AI sovereignty and proposing a kind of mission-oriented, small and beautiful cooperation for East Asia. Okay, let's move to our final speaker, Dr. Song Jun-min.
Good afternoon. It is a great honor to join you at the East Asia Cooperation Forum. And I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share a perspective from both cultural policy research and creative industry practice. 슬라이드 주세요. So my argument today is not primarily about AI as a technology. It is about a structural change in the creative economy, where value is created and who sets the terms on which that value is governed and sustained. I'll make three propositions. Culture creates connections. AI scales those connections. Institutions sustain the value they generate. The central question, therefore, is not simply who developed the best technology. It is who designed the ecosystem and on whose terms. To address that question, I propose an analytical framework of 4 overlapping models. This is my framework for understanding shifts in the dominant source of value. It is not a claim that one historical stage completely replaces another. First, content economy, create and settle work. Adorno and Horkheimer asked its central question, does industrializing culture lead to standardization? And second, the IP economy. One work generates multiple rights and revenue streams through licensing, adaptation, merchandising, and territorial expansion. TRIPS and the UK's creative economies industries framework reflected this shift from content to rights. The central question became, is culture a commodity or also a public good? Third, the connectivity economy. Fans translate, circulate, reinterpret, and build communities around content. Value comes not only from the work, but also from the transnational connections it creates. Now we are entering what I describe as the ecosystem design model. Here, the strategic asset is not only the content, copyright, or platform. It is the capacity to coordinate creators, technology, platform, fans, capital, commerce, physical spaces, and markets around an IP. History offers a clear lesson. Early model builders gained influence over the rules that followed. K-culture provides evidence of value moving beyond the original work. This did not happen through content quality alone. From the late 1990s, Korea treated cultural industries as economic infrastructure through investment, export policy, and institutional support. But the government did not manufacture global fandom. Fans built it through subtitles, reaction videos, fan art, social networks, and collective purchasing. They become participants in distribution and market formation. Value moved from source IP to fandom, participatory fandom, platforms, commerce, and tourism. The 2.02 figure on this slide is not a causal multiplier. It indicates substantial associated exports in related industries. The broader lesson is that cultural connection can become economic infrastructure. The AI matters because it can reduce the cost of coordinating that infrastructure across 3 dimensions: time, scale, direction. Time, localization, distribution, marketing, and audience response once occurred sequentially. AI assisted localization and algorithmic distribution increasingly allow culturally specific content to enter multiple markets almost simultaneously. Within 3 weeks, Squid Game reached #1 in 94 markets. It was not an AI-driven success, but it demonstrates the scale of simultaneous global circulation that AI can make faster and more accessible. Second, scale. Capabilities once concentrated among large studios are becoming more accessible to smaller IP owners and creators. Third, direction. The old chain, creator, platform, audience, is becoming circular as audience and commerce data feed back into development. Generative AI can lower production and localization cost. Agentic AI can lower workflow and coordination costs. Physical AI can extend IP into spatial and embedded experiences. So AI's strategic significance is not simply that it produces more content. It lowers the cost of coordinating a broader creative ecosystem. But lower coordination costs do not guarantee sustainable value. They expose unresolved questions of authorship, ownership, liability, and jurisdictions. So the Tala litigation established that under current US copyright law, a machine cannot itself be an author. Human authorship remains foundational. Chinese courts, meanwhile, have recognized copyright in some AI-assisted output where users demonstrated sufficient creative contribution through selection, adjustment, and arrangement. These cases are not factually identical. The point is not that the United States rejects AI copyright while China accepts it. The point is that jurisdictions are developing different thresholds and evidence requirements for human creative control. For cross-border creators and investors, this divergence complicates registration, licensing, valuation, and risk allocation. A project may cross borders faster than its legal status can be determined. This is why ecosystem design is now an institutional question. If East Asia does not participate in shaping emerging standards, it may later operate under rules designed elsewhere, as has happened in earlier transitions. The rules are being written now. So I propose 3 practical areas for cooperation. First, data infrastructure. Cultural data shapes what AI system can recognize, translate, and generate. If East Asian materials remain fragmented or inaccessible, our cultures risk underrepresentation or misrepresentation. The answer is not a centralized regional database. It is a federated framework, nationally controlled collections with compatible standards for metadata, provenance, licensing, authorized access, and benefit sharing. East Asia should help define how its cultural data is used, not merely supply it to global AI system. Second, regulatory infrastructure. The goal is not legal unification. It is interoperability, common questions, compatible evidence, and predictable procedure for projects moving across borders. We need minimum principle for documenting human contribution to AI-assisted works while clearly separating the input question, how copyrighted material is used, from the output question, who owns the resulting work. National laws may still produce different outcomes, but greater procedural compatibility would reduce uncertainty and transaction cost for regional licensing and investment. Third, human infrastructure. East Asia already has many platforms for exchanging finished cultural products. What is less developed are sustained mechanisms through which creators can build trust, exchange methods, and explore collaboration. It is to make collaboration possible where complementary capabilities create additional value. AI can translate language and accelerate prototyping. It cannot replace cultural immersion, artistic judgment, or trust. One example from my practice, not a finished regional model, is Kava Lab, a curated cross-disciplinary development environment. It identifies emerging potential and designs the participant mix, space, and interactions to create fewer, more relevant connections. Bargain, presented in 2018, later became a TV original series. In 2019, the creator and a future director of DP began an early production conversation there. Filmmaker Chang Hang-jun, also a participant, later directed The King's Warden, which drew more than 16.9 million admissions. Kavalab did not cause these outcomes, but their trajectories offer limited validation of its curatorial logic. Collaboration becomes more likely when the right people, ideas, and pathways for contribution are deliberately assembled. Human infrastructure is also a coordination system. East Asia should build a capacity for collaboration where it creates additional value. Imagine a Korean director, a Japanese manga creator, and a Chinese game designer, and an AI engineer working together from an early stage, supported by curated matching, AI-enabled translation, and rapid prototyping. Promising ideas could then move towards testing, investment, and licensing. The key is continuity, enabling collaboration to move from creative encounter to rights, funding, and market access when it adds value. So AI can scale cultural value, but institutions determine whether it endures. East Asia therefore needs interoperable cultural data, compatible rules for AI-assisted creation, and durable creative mobility. The next creative economy will be shaped by those who design its ecosystems and rules. East Asia should be among them. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Song, for explaining the changing environment of creative economy and proposing necessity of a kind of federated data framework or something like that. Yeah. So thank you for all the wonderful presentation. As you heard, the subject of the speakers differs in this session, so it's kind of difficult to organize a group discussion. So I'd like to ask an individual question first and hear some answers first, and then raise a common and comprehensive question to all. So first, Professor Menagi, your framework offers a practical roadmap by rejecting the compute tax and focusing on AI infrastructure surcharge on energy consumption. So what stands out to me is your strategy for domestic recirculation, that is giving some incentive AI firms to reinvest in natural capital credit and local wellness, and to establish Asian-oriented international LSAA, long cycle, life cycle, sustainable assessment standard ahead of the US and the EU. So my question here is, what would be the first and most critical step for East Asian government to make this evaluation standard and evaluation system work and broadly diffused across the region? 3 minutes. 3-minute answer, please.
I see the number there. Thank you. I think the starting point will be the good case study example. I give you one example. We have the coalition called the Natural Capital Credit Consortium. This is to support the local economy. Can be farmer or forest owner or any. And bigger corporate in Japan, such as Sompo Insurance Holding or real estate company or hotel company, they try to contribute to the regions because they want to get into those local market, which is not necessarily easy. They purchase our credit that we provide the proof, this new carbon credit, which is good for the biodiversity and society and employment, is credible. We prove this is credible because we publish academic journal paper saying that this is good. And our coalition for the natural capital credit, we provide and make use to the public how we calculate in the easy language. We provide in Japanese and English so that people can see, all right, this makes sense. And there's a transaction occur already in the 1 year. So that means real company or government can show the interest to those new institutions. So then, over the time, this kind of transaction can be happening to the different regions and countries. So I would say the first step that we need is good case study that we provide proof well. Then, using that kind of guideline, which can be ad hoc, but over the time can be enlarged more to the public. So guideline doesn't mean that all the country share the data. We can share the data for estimated one. Suppose, we cannot ask the other countries' air pollution data, which is not necessarily they want to share it, and it's almost impossible to share. But once we estimate from the other monitoring station using the academic exercise, we can share the data. So those estimated one using the AI technique and program, there can be the guideline data and the tool to make it better. So those kind of trust construction make the one small step to the bigger step. In the end, unlike the bigger continent, rule-making society or market-oriented society, this is kind of the baseline, guideline-oriented, still focusing on the sustainability dimensions. Using the estimation makes sense because East Asia and other Asian nations are big in the economic power. For example, our Asia covers more than 50% of the populations, and also 50% of the carbon dioxide, 45 to 70% of the biodiversity ecosystem service. So this economy is huge and need to care about those environment and ecosystem service and local economy, and that itself will be suffice to provide good evidence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your topic is related to data sharing. So, Professor Zhang, your presentation shows an East Asian, unified tasking network could enhance our real-time economic monitoring and efficiency. But however, the high-resolution imagery and satellite operational schedule naturally, overlaps with sensitive national security concerns. Everybody, are very sensitive to this kind of data. So, from a practical policy perspective, what is the most realistic first step, or is there any safe zone where East Asian economies can achieve this kind of non-sensitive cross-border data without triggering security friction?
Okay, thanks for this question. I think this is a very important question. And also, whenever we try to promote and push a policy forward, and we are always facing a trade-off. The trade-off is the benefit and also cost and the risk. And then if we drag it back, so for this data sharing issue, and definitely there's no clear cut. There's no clear technical partition between the civilian economic indicators and also the security-related information. So what should we do? So from that side, I think this posed our thought on the 4 dimensions. The first dimension is what kind of data can be shared. Definitely, we cannot share military data, right? This is too sensitive. So after we desensitize those information, like Professor Manugi just mentioned about the climate data. So it means that we could share those data. We really think they are not so sensitive, and then mutually we are going to use this kind of data. In that case, we can jointly form a work group to build data categories and to work this step in details, and what kind of data can be shared in priority order, what data can be shared in a lower order. So we have the pecking order in terms of sensitivity. So this is the question, what data can be shared? The second dimension is who can use such data? As a university professor, I would propose all this data can be used for research and also for our students first. We have the priority, and in that case, we are going to set a great wall, the firewall, and we are not going to have the data used for some military purpose and also some security issues. And we only use this data and for those researchers at the top priority. And then later on, for example, we have a AI company in Korea, AI company in Japan, in China, and then maybe they could also have this priority to use such data, and then if under some controlled risk. So this is the second dimension, who can use the data. The third dimension is how to use the data, how to use data. So according to my understanding, my past experience in doing research on fintech, when we work together with a data company, they never want to share the raw data because this is their heart, their real assets. They don't want to share the real data. They want to keep the control of the raw data. So what does it mean when we talk about the satellite information? So if we worry about there's information leakage, we can share the produced and the tiered output-based level data. It means that we are not going to share the raw data, and we are going to cook those data. And after we think this data satisfied with some security issues, and then everyone can use it. So it's how to use the data. How to use data also related to proposal, those protocol. The last point is what do we do with the data? Definitely should be said at the beginning. They should not harm the mutual relation and also security. And then this is our agenda. We will leave the room for all three countries to opt out. They can exit if they think this is not so secure, too dangerous, and so those data resources can quit. They can quit easily. So the main idea is that we need to build this kind of trust. Trust is very important. So on the one side, and we don't want to share data because we think we don't have the trust. But once you share more data, the trust will be built solidly. This is my thought. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's move to Professor Beck. You clearly captured the dilemma facing East Asian economy, like balancing AI sovereignty versus global competitiveness, and technology innovation versus safety and job protection. So you suggested a very pragmatic pathways like mission-driven cooperation in areas like climate and climate change and healthcare, and also small and beautiful projects such as joint AI safety assessment and open-weighted trusted model. So among those specific proposals, which single project could you think offer the most immediate starting point that East Asian nations can work on?
Yeah, I think definitely the disaster-related project will provide a very pro-social and immediate value to society. And thinking about data, I think those data is less security related, so we can share those data, and at the same time, healthcare for the elders and also some developing regions together. I think this all very important project we can immediately working on with cooperation with international society and international platform. And we already have this kind of platforms. So I think what we can do is, again, action. We need an action. I think we already have this kind of platform. And we talk a lot of things about data. We have a quite bit of way to solve this problem. So firstly, the identification of the data, and also we can make the structures more transparent all the time, and we can make those projects, the procedure or protocol, very interactive from starting stage to the maybe the assessment and final review and things. So I don't think we have a lot of challenges or barriers for there. What we can do is just set a little bit more safeguard to activate or make it happen. Yeah.
Okay. For Dr. Song, what is particularly striking in your presentation is the legal divergence you highlighted. U.S. Especially strictly requiring direct human authorship versus China recognizing copyright for prompt guide AI works. You are saying that this created real friction for cross-border, IP investment in East Asia. So protect regional creators and foster a ecosystem for creative economy. What specific steps should East Asian economies take to establish a compatible minimum standard, as you said, for AI copyright and launch a kind of federated cultural data framework? Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I think the key is to be practical. So East Asia does not need to need one unified copyright law or one centralized cultural database, but it needs enough compatibility for creators and investors to work across the borders with less uncertainty. So let me first make a small clarification. The difference between the US and China is not simply that the US rejected AI copyright and China accepted. In the Thaler case, the work was presented as autonomously generated by a machine. In the Chinese case, the court found meaningful human contribution through repeated prompting and adjustment and arrangement. So for AI copyright, I would begin with three things. A common classification of fully AI generated and AI assisted. And secondly, a shared framework for evaluating human contribution. And lastly, a simple creation record covering the model used and creators' key decisions, and the finer selection and editing. And for the cultural data, the problem is different. It's not about authorship, but it's more about accessibility and attribution. So when I say federated framework, means that each country or institutions keeps control of its own collections. But what it becomes interoperable is the rights metadata. Who holds the right and what uses are permitted and under what conditions. So currently, anyone seeking to use cultural material across borders must separately find out these conditions. So much of this information are fragmented and differently recorded across borders. So I would test this through a small rights-cleared pilot to see whether the same information can be understood and used across borders. So the goal is to agree on common questions or use compatible evidence and establish predictable procedures together. Thank you.
Thank you. So all of your answer covers that there is clearly some area for us to start our cooperation, even though the regional cooperation is not easy. So my comprehensive and common question is, in the specific sector you mentioned, how can practical cooperation build institutional trust? It's a little bit abstract word. And institutional trust and ultimately contribute to long-term peace and prosperity in East Asia. I think it's a very broad question, I know, but it's the final goal of our discussion. So I'm curious about, what do you think the biggest bottleneck for East Asian country for to manage cross-border AI and data cooperation, and how can we start addressing the bottleneck to lower those barriers for regional cooperation? Okay, just 2-minute answers, please. sorry for that.
Good management. Main bottleneck for the AI with economics is the exchange between the private corporate, including academics, to the government. So government is always conservative. They got to be conservative, and they are always conservative. So institutionally, they don't understand the new technology. When in the 1990 information technology come up, they don't think it's good. Then when AI come up, or new AI-based semiconductor come up, initially they don't know. So make use of those new data, new analytics to convince the government is very tough, because the evidence is not enough. So they need to have a good evidence. Usually that's why they move ahead. So share that kind of software-based idea to the government from the private company and academics to the government is a bottleneck. So what I do is I get into the Japan's METI, Ministry of Economy, Industry and Trade, to try to create the circular economy guideline. And that takes time, more than 3 years. But we need to provide the good evidence, then use that evidence to enlarge more to the different ministry or different countries. So those kind of the bottleneck of the linking to the technology sector of the industry with academics to the government with a common shared knowledge will be the best first action to move ahead. Thank you.
I will have a very quick answer. From my understanding so far, and we sit here and we can understand the world is changing so much, and also we worry about these dynamics and the potential risk. From my perspective, I think the major bottleneck is still the bilateral and also the global geopolitical relations, and then it's so dynamic, changing so much. It will affect the potential collaboration in hardware, software, and also people, and also talents. Especially for AI and industry development, you need more talent, but talented people, and they need to move around the world. Whenever you have this dynamic situation globally, you are going to set the barrier, obstacle for this global movement. So this is the huge bottleneck. How to solve it? This is a long-term question, but for short-term question, so far in this session we talk about, I think let's start from very simple work. And because we talk about data, we talk about non-sensitive data. So let's start with some very simple work to share non-sensitive data among East Asian countries. This is a simple starting point. And then for follow up, we are going to have some rules about the data desensitization and all these data sovereignty issues. And then after we pin down the rules, and then we can use this initiative of data sharing to solve other more complicated issues. This is my thought. Okay.
Thank you.
I think it's important to kind of basically divide some critical AI and sustainable AI, and divide some very security sensitive area and non-sensitive area. But what I want to highlight is that AI is disruptive technology. It happened to be unexpected. So if you are wait for perfect institutionalization of unexpected technology, and then we start to cooperation, what a stupid idea. So what I want to say that is, in most of area sectors, it happen to be unexpected. It's never ever we can expect before we doing it. So when we build trust and institutionalization of it, I think important thing is we have to take parallel approach. So we have to do institutionalizing by doing. So we have a very traditional way of international cooperation on technology and scientific research. So we have some agreement before our cooperation, agreement and pre-design, and how to define the scope and share of potential benefit. And in process, we have to design some of a report structure and also set some emergent stop button. And after that, we also have an assessment and a lot of the protocols. We basically can take that, but when we doing AI cooperation, we cannot just following all of them. So wait for all of the checklist ready, then we start our AI cooperation. It's never happened. So I think it's better to be taking parallel approach, but I'm not here to say that the security and those protocols is not important. It's useless at all, but we can take the core. But at the same time, we try to institutionalization with doing it. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, with the broad question, I've been trying to think the practical ways to come up with, and I think creative economic cooperation maybe can support regional stability. And I was thinking in 3 ways. So with joint projects, as I mentioned earlier, joint projects can create like shared economic interests. If a Korean filmmaker and Chinese game developer and a Japanese IP holder work on the same project, but they all want it to succeed. So this will not remove political tensions, but it gives everyone a practical reason to keep cooperating. So sharing the economic interests. And secondly, technical standards can last longer than political agreements. From my understanding. So once shared rules for AI authorship, rights information, and licensing become part of everyday business, then creators and companies can continue using them even when diplomatic relations become difficult. So this can create greater predictability and trust, maybe. And thirdly, the creative economy can be practical test case for wider AI governance. So agreeing on how to document human contribution to an AI-assisted webtoon is maybe less sensitive than cooperating on military AI. So, but still brings officials and experts together, gives them a common language, and creates channels that could support future cooperation. So this relationship can also continue through cities cultural institutions and industry networks. So I would not say that this directly creates peace, but shared interests, working rules, and lasting channel of communication can provide at least practical foundation for long-term regional stability. Yeah, that's my idea. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the insightful answers in a very short time. So I know the time is running, but I think we now better open the floor to the audience. So if we, I think a little, three questions from floor. Just state your name and affiliation and specify which your answer is directed which speakers. Okay, one and there. Yeah, you first.
Hello, my name is Hong Bin, who are the Hangul University Foreign Studies student, and I want to ask some questions to the Dr. Feng Junmin. And actually, you told not only the quality of the content but the cultural industry can be developed as one infrastructure, especially lots of the elements such as the creator, fans, capital, and even the physical spaces, also all the developed. So the global fandoms that can participate all peers. However, I think in the case of the global fandoms, it can be a little bit crisis of using the AI. For example, in the case of the K-pop fandoms, lots of the K-pop fandoms wants to see and hear and participate and even communicate with the real artists as a human. However, in the opposite situation, but if the AI can be used instead of communicating with the K-pop artists, it can be also be a problem that lots of the global fandoms can feel really unpleasant or depressed. So how do you think, what is the problem? How do you think, what is the problem that when using the AI in the K-pop fandom for the cultural industry? Thank you so much.
First of all, because of my poor English, I would like to ask a question by Korean. Sorry. 저는 육군에서 정보 분석 관련 업무를 수행하고 있는데.
I am analyzing information at the Korean military. I am Che. Thank you very much for all of your interesting presentation regarding the space information of Professor Chang. That was interesting.
다시 한번 말씀드리겠습니다.
I'd like to repeat myself. So I am currently working on data analytics at the military. I am Chu, and thank you very much for your interesting presentations. I was very much impressed with the satellite information of Professor Chang, as well as development cooperation of Professor Peck. Now, when it comes to defense and military, as I'm from this field, I have a question. Now, the war front lines with the development of AI and drones are changing rapidly. So that is why the military also needs to develop relevant capabilities, and we're working hard to adopt the newest technologies. But when it comes to AI or drones, their characteristic is that their development was led by the military sector in the past, but nowadays it is led by the private sector. And in the globalized value chain, they are being developed. So that is why in order to enhance the technological capability of the nations, East Asia cooperation is essential. Now, as a person working in the military and defense, I find there is something that is conflicting. So in the military, it wants to adopt rapidly new technologies, but we have to actually ensure security, and that is very important. So if we are to promote now, when it comes to sovereign technology, that is quite needed, excluding the third-party intervention. And the fact that we cannot take out this sensitive technology out from the military, and as the Korean military forces combined forces, the coalition forces, I think that would be very difficult to adopt these newest technologies in this situation. So I would like to know what is your take, and do you have any ideas as to how we can overcome these difficulties? I would like to turn this question to Professor Peck.
Thank you for all your presentations. My name is Alyssa Katz. I'm a PhD student from Bonn University in Germany, and I researched the application of generative AI in Japan. And my question is to Professor Beck. And my question is, there are some aspects and challenges, for example, the demographic change in both South Korea and Japan. And sometimes like AI is seen as a solution in that regard. And in some other like spheres and problems, like Japan and South Korea do have like similar approaches or even problems. So why do you think is the AI sovereignty higher in South Korea than in Japan? I do know some reasons why Japan is lagging behind, but I'm interested in your point of view as well.
Okay, then Professor Dr. Song.
Yeah, thank you for the interesting question. You mentioned about the fandom and how they works, but I want to precise more about my presentation. So when I meant the culture create connections, before that there was IP rights, and before that there was a content. And when IP era began, the content has the right with intellectual property. And IP was expanded to several areas like commerce and exhibitions, concerts, etc. But these are not just expanded, but it's expanded by the fandoms, global fandoms, and they made it globally with their culture. So it's made by culture, as you mentioned. But when I was mentioning about ecosystem design, that's more like the designing the interconnected value pathway. So we connect all these pathway from the beginning, from the very beginning. So when we create IP, we design from the beginning like what we will make. So the stories, the music, the IP, and the commerce, and the concert and webtoon, etc., all together. So we can design all these things with AI from the very beginning stage because of the AI. So I'm not saying AI solve all these things, but because the help of AI, it's available now to design all these pathway from the very beginning. So that's why I thought ecosystem design in this industry is becoming very important. Before, it was very sequential. So you make the IP, strong IP first, and then it becomes webtoon, it becomes drama, and it becomes goods, and it becomes commerce. So that was very sequential. But now it's more simultaneously happening with the help of AI. So ecosystem means this. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't follow the first part of the question, but let me talk about this question because I hear the second part of the question. And then in that case, I will still leave this question to Professor Park. And then, but I will talk about something broadly and regarding the relation between the civilian economic usage and also the military purpose-based usage. And to some extent, broadly, I think there's not so much strong conflict. To some extent, because most of those high-end technology come at the beginning and maybe from the military supported and also security supported national project. And then later on, when we have this application in civilian economic development, and then everyone benefit from it. So although at the beginning this is quite sensitive, but to some extent, and then the national support and grant support to support this risky project in doing research eventually will benefit the civilian economic application and also usage, and for everyone in this society to use. And then, but definitely later on, when we try to find this the balance, and then we need to make sure that it will not go across this kind of a border. I will stop here and pass to Professor Beck.
I think I better to answer the last question from the floor. Maybe I didn't get your question right, so please correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so the AI cooperation between Japan and Korea, Korea and Japan is, I think, is one of the most promising area and promising partners because we are similar and complementary. So why we are a best partner for our AI for SDG is because we are experiencing same challenge, aging society, and also we share disasters, natural disasters. So we also proposed some of a project last year, so our 50 years of our anniversary. So AI, for more physical AI, not only AI plus robots for aging society. So care robots, definitely, and also healthcare, and also disaster, the AI something. And at the same time, another issue is our institution structure and governance structure is also very similar. So which is quite manufacturing oriented and kind of a little bit bureaucracy, and probably speed is a little bit different, but basically similar. So it's better to promote the AI cooperation for sustainable or regional issues between Korea and Japan. I totally agree with that. But one thing we have to manage is still the difference between the governance, probably on data issues. I think Japan's governance is a little bit different from the Korea, so we have to make more aligned. And also we have to control the unexpected issues which can influence our cooperation. Yeah. Thank you.
AI with military is more for the real exercise instead of just a computation or AI capability. And US Palantir will be the good example that they work for Iran, Ukraine, same as drone. So the discussion should be separated from the military and the non-military issues. Then I think today's discussion in this session is more for non-military. But once the actual issue for the military case will be involved for the discussion, the current Ukraine and Iran situations will be a good case study to discuss what was mistake, what was good, and what will be the future. So that will be the situation. Then joint activity between the three countries will be promising in the sense that there are good semiconductor and other supply chain connected. So using particular industry and the product supply chain to be the one example to explore more how data connection and the supply chain analysis can be well understood to provide this is a good evidence to share to the other countries. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for the all very precious insight. And I think when I listen to the answers and discussions, and I am much concerned, I'm convinced that practical cooperation in non-sensitive areas as mentioned today is the most strategic bridge toward long-term peace and prosperity in East Asia. As our panelists have demonstrated in this session, I think there's some safe zone and non-sensitive areas we could start for regional cooperation. I hope this panel could pave the way for further regional collaboration. And thank all the speakers for their insightful contribution and comments. And thank you, audience, for staying with us. I think the session stopped here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This concludes our final session. Please give a big round of applause to our moderator and our panelists. And you may now go back to your seats. Thank you. Yes, please find your seats again. Thank you very much. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, as our final session moderator has mentioned, we thank all of our audiences and our guests for staying here with us. This has been session 3, and now we will move swiftly on to the closing session. And to begin the closing session, we'll hear some remarks, the reflections on East Asia cooperation. And it's my great pleasure to invite Professor Iida Keisuke, the Senior Professor at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, or GRIPS in Japan, to deliver his reflections. So Professor Keisuke Iida, please take the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues and friends. It's my great pleasure to address at the end of this conference. It was such a great day for me, and I learned a lot. And I was sort of impressed that there were so many young people in the audience. Partly because the topics we discussed were future-oriented rather than, brooding over the past. Because if we were to hold this kind of conference at a university, we tend to focus on two things. One is history, and the other is culture. So history, in East Asia, we have so many common histories, shared histories. But when we start discussing histories, we go into the area of historical memories. And we have very different historical memories, so we get into trouble. The other popular topic is culture, which we didn't discuss much, but now we have, J-pop, K-pop, C-pop, whatever, and we have so much in common. But then, if we look back, we have common cultural heritages, like using chopsticks. So anyway, we didn't discuss these things, and these afternoon sessions especially focused on common challenges such as declining birth rates, aging society, the challenges posed by AI, and so on and so forth. And those are very, very good topics, and those are areas ripe for regional cooperation, because we certainly have common agendas. But the biggest challenge, actually, we have is distance, or the lack of distance. Because we are so close together, Tokyo and Seoul are in the same time zone. Beijing, Tokyo, just 1 hour apart. Which means that whenever we have trouble, we can't run away from each other. We are stuck, right? That's our biggest challenge. So when moving out is not a solution, we have to have creative solutions. And that's our job. You know, academics' job is not only to teach, but to create new ideas. And in that sense, we are in the right business of proposing new ideas for regional cooperation. And for new creative ideas, we need some cross-fertilization. Cross-fertilization meaning sharing ideas. And you know, this kind of conference is a perfect opportunity for that. And for that particular point, I would like to thank the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Korean Association of International Studies for giving us such a wonderful opportunity. We haven't, at least personally, I haven't come up with new ideas yet, but I think I'm at a point that I can go home and start thinking. So thank you very much, and I hope you had a good day too. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ida, for your thoughtful reflections. And I think that everyone now has food for thought to have better ideas for the future. We'll now proceed to the final part of today's forum, the closing remarks. And it is my honor to invite Professor Jung Han-bum, President of the Korean Association of International Studies, to deliver the closing remarks. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guest speakers, discussants, and colleagues, it is a great honor to deliver the closing remarks at the 2026 East Asia Cooperation Forum. First, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for joining us today, despite your busy schedules. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea for hosting this important forum. On behalf of the Korean Association of International Studies, I extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed to its planning, preparation, and successful organization. My particular thanks go to our distinguished speakers, discussants, moderators, and participants. Your expertise and thoughtful contributions have made today's discussions both insightful and productive. Throughout the day, we examined the major challenges facing East Asia and considered the prospects for deeper regional cooperation from political, social, and economic perspectives. One of the greatest strengths of today's forum was the opportunity to bring together distinguished experts with diverse background, experiences, and perspectives. There were issues on which participants broadly agreed, as well as questions on which viewed differed. These differences need not become obstacles to cooperation. Open and candid discussion helps us better understand one another's positions and identify realistic areas in which cooperation can proceed. East Asia faces a complex set of interconnected challenges. Security tensions affect economic exchange and supply chains. Technological innovation is transforming industries and labor markets. Demographic challenge is placing growing pressure on economic growth, public finances, and the sustainability of local communities. No single country can resolve these issues on its own, nor can political, economic, technological, and social challenges be addressed in isolation from one another. Continued dialogue and cooperation are therefore essential. I sincerely hope that the ideas and proposals discussed today will carry forward beyond this forum. I also hope that they will inform future policymaking, encourage further research, and support practical cooperation among the countries of East Asia. The Korean Association of International Studies will continue to provide opportunities for experts from different countries and disciplines to exchange views, deepen mutual understanding, and explore practical approaches to regional cooperation. Before closing, I would once again like to thank all our speakers, discussants, moderators, participants, and staff members for their valuable contributions and dedication throughout the day. I hope that today's discussions will contribute to greater trust, deeper mutual understanding, and more peaceful and cooperative regional order in East Asia. I look forward to welcoming you all back at next year's forum and building on the progress we have made today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chung, for your remarkable closing remarks. And as one of our speakers have mentioned, moving away or moving apart is not an option. So under our title, in the spirit of our title, if we connect and share, it is most certain that we'll be able to prosper together. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 2026 East Asia Cooperation Forum. I hope that you enjoyed the forum throughout the day. Thank you very much for your participation online as well as offline. And with this, we will conclude. This has been Chu Yeon Cho. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. 감사합니다.